I don't think that's the video, though.
That is not the video. But we're not on video.
We're not on Hobbs America, though.
I don't know, but I'm going to...
Well, that's the one I use as my... We need to be on Hobbs America. I could give a fuck about YouTube.
Welcome, everyone, to Carlsbad, New Mexico. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you live. Hobbs Eagle football on Cool 95.7 on the radio, HobbsAmerica.com on the internet, and YouTube as well on the Cool 95.7 app on your cell phone. Big game for the Hobbs Eagles tonight. Final regular season district game on the road in Carlsbad to take on the Cave. And, of course, last week, big-time win for the Eagles in Mercy Roll fashion, knocking off Oregon Mountain. Puts Hobbs now at the number 10 spot in the Max Preps poll, Ron. Again, pretty good chance of making the playoffs, but losing tonight could be kind of a problem for them. Could knock them down in ther current standings at 10. 12 teams go to the playoffs. I think they're in regardless of what happens tonight, but I think they want to go out strong, get that extra win, and possibly move up a spot or two, and still have to have a road trip next week, but still be in the first round.
Yeah, it definitely would help them out a lot. I mean, with the ranking of Carlsbad being lower the way it is, that would definitely hurt the chances of Hobbs. And even a small victory against this Carlsbad team may not push them up enough as much as they would like to. But, yeah, they definitely have to win this game, of course. Coach Stevens has been talking about all season long about the fact that the team has been starting off slow. They've been trying different things, and it has been working. So they're to expect something different in this first game to see if they can get something going early in their offense.
Hobbs number 10 in the Max Press poll, as you mentioned, and Carlsbad number 14. Of course, the Cayman have to win tonight to even be in the consideration for one of the top 12 seeds at the tournament, or the playoffs, I should say, next week. So Lots of other scenarios we'll talk about. Las Cruces versus Centennial. That's a district championship game tonight at the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces. That has big playoff implications for who's going to have a bye week next week and who's going to have to host a game at home. So that's that big situation, too. We're also watching closely Los Lunas and Sandia. Those teams are in the top 10. That could have a lot to do with the playoffs scenario as well. So lots of games to look at. We got some Lee County teams as well. They're going to start the national anthem here in Carlsbad. We will take a 90-second break and come back live with the Hobbs Eagle pregame show on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Back live in Carlsbad, a little bit of delay here. They have senior night going on. Did the football team before the pregame started, but now they got the senior band members coming out on the field with their parents, so that's a little bit of a different organization that we're used to. But so back with the pregame show, Hobbs versus Carlsbad, final regular season game for both teams. I think bigger playoff implications for Carlsbad with a must-win situation to even be considered. Hobbs, I think, is going to get in regardless, but it's going to be depending between 10 and 12 in the seedings. That will be a big difference than a 10. I think at 10, you're still going to go on the road. A lot of scenarios could happen with the games tonight that could change some teams in the top 4 or 5. 4 get a bye, 5 gets a home game next week. So we'll talk about that as we get scores coming in. I know you do have a Lovington game already underway there in southwest New Mexico.
Exactly, and looked like Lovington, of course, we knew that they were going to have a pretty decent time against Santa Teresa, and it looks like they're doing that right now. In fact, it was the end of the first quarter, and Lovington was up big. In fact, that score was 27-3, I believe.
So that we're definitely going to be watching that one. Lovington's trying to get themselves a good seed in the playoffs. Opened up strong with that 5-0 record, but had some issues in the district and have dropped 3 in a row, so they're trying to get themselves on the playoff track. Of course, the Hobbs Eagles got the big victory last week, Ron. Were you surprised at the margin that the Eagles won in that Mercy Rule contest against Oregon Mountain? Oregon Mountain had barely beaten Carlsbad the week before, 41-40 in overtime.
Exactly. You know, it's just all about the fact that Hobbs owns the Knights at least the last several years, and the only surprise that we had was the fact that the first quarter both sides were stumbling a little bit. I blame that on defense. So defense was playing rather strong. I think the offense got over it the second half, especially the second or third quarter, where Hobbs was able to score 28 unanswered points, and that pretty much sealed the deal. But, yeah, it was back and forth. In fact, there was a little bit of an issue on one of the calls. There was a offsides kick that was whistled early, and if it hadn't been whistled early, Hobbs may have scored again, and that would, of course, eliminated that Oregon Mountain score at the end of that first half. So there was issues about that. Otherwise, the coaching staff, once the first quarter was over with, they were very happy with the play of the Hobbs Eagles.
Yeah, 56-6 the final. Eagles winning by 50, which did end the game early. Hobbs amassed 515 total yards, and again, they've been pretty balanced this season on the offensive side. 237 in the passing game, 209 in the running department, so pretty good balance as usual. And if you look at the numbers on the season for your Hobbs Eagles, passing is definitely the leader at this point, 53% of the time, 47% on the run game, so a 6% differential there. Hobbs has amassed 1,787 in terms of the passing game, 1,588 in the running department. Hobbs close to 200 yards a contest in the air and about 176 in the running game. So, again, not exact to even numbers, but, again, it gets off our defenses kind of second-guessing what Hobbs is going to open up with, how they're going to do throughout the rest of the game in terms of their decisions on the offensive side. Hobbs, though, scoring more touchdowns in the air, 27-19.
Right.
So one of the things you should mention about this offense, too, is that the actual offensive coordinator, Coach Robinson, started his career in the 5A here in Carlsbad. Of course, he's been with the Hobbs program for several years. He definitely knows the systems. There have been some coaching changes here in Carlsbad since he's been here, but he does know the flavor of football here in Carlsbad, so that kind of adds a nice little twist. He is, again, offensive call player for the Hobbs Eagle offense.
Well, remember, this used to be a team that was totally dominant on the defensive side, but last week, you know, you're right about the balance of offense for the Hobbs Eagles. It was 5 touchdowns for in the air, basically. 4 of them from Brock Beatty, and 1 of them from Seamus Wright himself, who threw it to Braddock Beatty. And then the other time, there was 3 touchdowns, all runs. Of course, that was from Kennedy, Madrano, and Betty, Brock Beatty, of course. And those 3 got those in on their legs. And, of course, Madrano is a very good, strong runner. They like the fact that they can play their JV in the third and fourth quarters, gives them some extra experience. And, you know, we always talk about the fact that game time experience is more key than scrimmages and practice.
Hobbs Eagle defense has got to be ready for a predominant passing team this year from Carlsbad. 66% of the time they're going to throw the football, 3,110 yards total. 2,039 of that is in the air. Have a lot more touchdowns in the passing game, 26 compared to 10 on the ground. 34% running game, 1,071 yards. So that's the difference there. So be looking for that pass game for Carlsbad. They're averaging 226 in the air and just 119 in the running department. So big contrast with Hobbs more balance and more passing from the Carlsbad Cavemen.
Exactly. We've always seen in the past where they run, and even the quarterback runs a lot too. But this time around, may see a little bit of a different look for the Carlsbad Cavemen, especially since the quarterback is a senior. So this is his last hurrah, basically. And at 14, he's definitely got to make the most out of this because there's not much of a chance that they can make the playoffs, but if they do, it's going to be at the very bottom, and they're going to face a very tough team to get to advance after that.
Hobbs Eagle defense has to be ready for Brock Wright, their best rusher on this Carlsbad squad. Currently has 562 yards on the ground, averaging 5.3 a contest, or on each run, I should say. 6 touchdowns out of the 10 in the running game. So he's a predominant guy that goes across the goal line for him.
Exactly. And you look at the Carlsbad team. They don't score a whole lot of points, but when they do, it's pretty good. But they did lose to Leventon at a huge one, 47-44 earlier in the season. And their biggest team was at Goddard, 45-22.
Ready for the national anthem finally here at Carlsbad Stadium. We'll take another 90-second break, come back live with the Hobbs Eagle pregame show. Back live here in Carlsbad, final regular season game here on the radio and the internet for you. Playoffs hopefully next week. We'll find out what's going on this weekend tomorrow when they get the pairings all slated together for you. Hobbs, of course, leading big time in the passing game. We mentioned 1,787 yards. Of course, Brock Beatty, 53% in terms of percentage completion, and he has thrown for 23 touchdowns so far this season. Top rusher at this point in time by a good margin, Seamus Wright, just a sophomore. He's got 2 more seasons with the Hobbs Eagle uniform on, 583 yards, close to 8 yards a pop. He gets about 65 yards a game and has 4 touchdowns for the Hobbs Eagles. So definitely a very good player for the Eagles in the backfield. Marion Kennedy's been dealing with some injuries this season. He's second at 433, 6.2 a pop. He has about 50 yards a game and 6 touchdowns. He actually leads the Eagles in scoring, at least on the ground at this point. So definitely want to see those 2 guys step up big. Of course, we saw Henry doing a great job last week, catching 2 touchdowns against the Oregon Mountain squad. He has 4. That's half of his TD total on the season. Has 4 overall, but a great game for him. Of course, Justice French, leader right now at 388 in terms of yardage, at close to 17 yards a pop, and has 7 touchdowns himself. So lots of different other receivers. Chavarria, another one you can add to the list, and the list goes on and on for the receiving corps. Getting ready for the kickoff here, as Carlsbad will have their blue uniforms, white numbers, and silver helmets. Hobbs wearing the white travel uniforms, black numbers, gold trim, and the black helmets. And they will be the receiving team in this one, as we're ready to get started in this final regular season game in Carlsbad. Here comes the kickoff from Lennon Ananis. It's going to go back deep to about the goal line and takes the roll into the end zone for the automatic touchback. So Hobbs will get their first possession on a touchback play to the 20-yard line, as the offense will be out there first.
Got to love that. Hobbs on the offense first, so you're going to see what they can do, get the ball moving down the field, matriculate it, and be able to score fast and get the start that Coach Stevens wants.
Yeah, Hobbs hasn't always had the quickest starts in games, but right now they're on the sideline talking to their coach. Robinson is the offensive coordinator. Defensively for Carlsbad, they got a bunch of guys that can tackle. That's including Diego Ramirez. He is a middle and outside linebacker senior, 86 to lead the season with the tackles, 14 for losses, second on the team. Bubba Anderson, a strong safety with 61 tackles, 14.5 tackles for loss this season. Colton McKibben may be a middle linebacker, 80 tackles. He is second on the team at 11.5 for loss. So there's a bunch of guys that can step up, close to 80 tackles for losses this season. Beatty gets the shotgun, back to pass a fade route to the far left sideline. French gets hit in the face guard at the 50-yard line. They got the PI to get this one going. Had about an inch gap between him and that cornerback on the far left sideline on the fade route to the Hobbs Eagles side, and you could just see the forearm that went right into the face mask of French as he tried to backpedal to make a catch there at the 50.
Yeah, French turned around, tried to get the catch, and the defender just was running still and ran him over, basically, so you're right. So an easy PI right there, and automatic first down for the Eagles to start off this first drive.
Yeah, Justice French, definitely a good target to look for. 6'2", 170. He's got a good arm span out there, reach up for that football, and had a chance to bring it down anyway, even though he got wrestling moved into the mass that time. That'll be a 15-yard penalty, so first down already for the Eagles. That was aided by the yellow handkerchief. Man in motion from right to left is Beatty, Braddock Beatty, shotgun to his brother. He's going to fire the out route to Braddock, but it hits him in the shoulder pad. Intercepted at the 40, right to the 30, 35 at the ricochet, and down the 22-yard line. Unfortunately, he got turned sideways as he tried to make the catch on that one, and the pickoff from the Carlsbad Cavemen. So already a turnover, I believe, for Carlsbad. He just got the ricochet. It wasn't a clean INT. It was Rio Sanchez, the cornerback. Get some high fives from his coaches, and an unfortunate way to start for the Eagles, but that was just a fluke situation.
Exactly, just a pass. It didn't quite make it there and ended up being in the hands of an opponent. And that's unfortunately going to be an interception whether you like it or not. And 2 plays in and already a turnover for the Hobbs Eagles, not the way you wanted to start.
And the worst place for was on that far left sideline after a motion by Beatty, and right in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench. So Carlsbad in great position to get their offense going here on the 22 of the Eagles on the right hash. As not the way you want to start the football game. Of course, the best tackler for the Hobbs Eagles, your linebacker, of course, Davis. They give the handoff. No, a fade over to the left side. The quarterback's going to let it loose in the left corner of the end zone. Receiver has to battle. Ball drops towards the turf. Did he make the catch? No, they're going to say it got hit the turf. Receiver got a little push there in the deep left corner after the fake handoff. And trying to get in position to make the scoop catch towards the turf. No instant replay on that one. That was Robert Castaneda, the junior. And he had some, it was 6 versus 6, actually. The number 6 defender was Merari Orozco, the cornerback, both wearing the same numbers there, and a battle going on. I think both guys got a little push on each other, trying to get some separation there, so the referees overlooked the PI.
Exactly. It was a mutual PI. I bought the fake, too, so unfortunately didn't see that pass until too late.
Yeah, roll out to the left side that time for Carlsbad, and that was Perez, of course. He played against the Eagles last year. Back to shotgun, twins left and 2 to the right side. Hand off to the right gap and going to the 20, driving to the 15, down to the 14. That's going to be a 6-yard pickup for the Cavemen. They start to inch closer towards that goal line. And that was the ball carrier for Carlsbad as he was just plugged forward straight ahead. That was Wright, their top rusher on the season. They're going to actually give him 8 on the play, so 2nd down and 2 now from the 14-yard line. Just underway here in the first quarter after an INT for the Eagles. 11-12 remaining in the first. Twins left, receiver right. Ready for shotgun is Perez. Has one man back with him right. Long delay on the snap here. Fakes the handoff, tuck for the quarterback, but he's met in the backfield. He's going to be dropped for a couple-yard loss. Nice bear hug in the backfield that time for Hobbs. No chance for him to get loose on that one. That was Kieran Royal. Comes in hard that time and throws him to the ground.
Got a quick update for you from Lovington. It is 37-3. Actually, it's in Santa Teresa, and that's at the half. So Lovington doing what they need to do, get back in the winning side.
Perez losing 2 on that play. And now they're going to try a field goal. This would be about a 32-yarder. Would start the scoreboard off here for Carlsbad as we're waiting for that field goal attempt by Lennon Anines. Kick is up, and it is going to be no good. It's short.
Yep.
So Hobbs dodges a bullet after giving up the ball in their first possession. Missed field goal. So a turnover on downs there for Carlsbad, and the Eagles have the ball back once again.
So, yeah, you're right about that. Missed opportunity for Carlsbad. They'll probably be kicking themselves early in the second quarter, maybe even in the third quarter. But either way, that was an opportunity they had. Great field position. They couldn't advance it, and that may be the story of the game.
So Eagles getting their second opportunity coming out to the field now. 2 receivers head left, one to the right side. That is French in front of the Carlsbad bench. We got 3 in the backfield, including Beatty. Kind of a staggered eye look there. A man in motion left to right. That's the other Beatty now. Fakes the handoff, tuck and go for Beatty. And Brock is met hard in the backfield. It looked like he was waiting for a running back to take the ball. Nobody came to him from behind, and he just kind of stagger stepped for a second, trying to put a fake on it. The yard marker says 4th down, but I think they need to move that to 2nd. They have a Carlsbad guy down. Looks like a 1-yard loss. Beatty able to fall forward a little bit before taking a bigger loss than that, but it's going to be -1 on the first play. I think it was a miscommunication in the backfield.
Blown assignment that it was, because somebody was supposed to be on his left-hand side. He was going to hand the ball off, or at least look like it anyway, but in any case, nobody went around there, and he had to go ahead and run it himself.
Eagles seem a little tentative out there early in this game. It's 10 minutes left first quarter, 0-0 as Eagles escaped a 32-yard field goal attempt after an INT on their first possession. Receivers 2 to the left, 1 to the right side. Once again is French. Beatty's going to bring his brother in motion from left to right. Now doubles on the right side. This time a hand to the tailback coming around the left side. Kennedy stretches out 15, 20, and gets past the original line of scrimmage. See where they're going to mark him out. Not sure if the back foot went out first, but going to get some of that missed yardage from what they lost here a second ago on the quarterback.
Marker hasn't been moved yet. It looks like he might have gotten back to the line of
scrimmage.
scrimmage.
Yeah, he get nothing on that one. So it's more of a lateral run than forward motion that time. So 0 for Kennedy, brings up a 3rd down and 11 at the 19-yard line. Trips right, 1 receiver left. Beatty back with 1, Kennedy in the backfield. 2-step drop, steps up in the pocket, sees the gap, sways to the 20, 25, left side, tries to backpedal for a few more, but it's going to be shy by about 2 or 3 yards. So he's going to get 9 on the play, but looks like it's going to be a punt situation for the Eagles. So Hobbs right now, in terms of rushes at this point, has 3 carries for 8 yards. Nothing in the passing department, an INT. 4th down and 1, so very critical play here if they're going to go for the fake. Twins right, receiver left. Shotgun, no, it's going to be a punt. Beatty, he of course is the quarterback as well. Wobbler, a high one, going to bounce at the 50. Takes a bad roll for Hobbs, but then getting his hand up in there to swat it down for the Eagles, make sure it didn't roll much more at the 49 was Beatty. So his brother punted it. He recovered it at the 49, but Carlsbad does have it in Hobbs territory, Ron, in the left hash.
But they've had it there before, so 0 for 1 so far are the Carlsbad Cavemen. Hopefully they'll be 0 for 2 at this, but definitely another good opportunity for Carlsbad to be able to put some points on the board.
Carlsbad coach stepped out there, have some questions. I wanted to know why their call wasn't made for something. Cale Sanders.
No, that was.
Yeah, they are going to back it. A dead ball foul of targeting on the helmet there. Hobbs got called for. That's what Sanders is out there discussing. They did get a flag. I didn't see it out on the field there, but that knocks back. Actually, it was against Carlsbad, not Hobbs. Excuse me. So it backs it up to the 36-yard line on the left hash. So a big penalty against the Cavemen. Not in Hobbs territory anymore, but they're in their own side.
So, yeah, so now they've got decent field position, not great field position, but they've had great ones before, and they couldn't do anything with it.
Already 2 15-yard penalties, though. Split formation backfield. In the middle of his running backs is Perez. Receiver left and right. Gets a shotgun. Delay handoff. Stutter step. Heading to the right. Left hash. And continuing up the middle. And picking up about 5. That was their go-to back right. They're actually just giving him 4 on that one. 2 carries for 12 now for Wright. He's going to be at the 34, or make it the 39-yard line near the middle of the field. 8:46 and ticking here in the first quarter. Again, last game of the regular season for both teams. Major impact for both squads. One team might not make it if they don't win this one. If the Eagles lose it, it better be a close contest because that might drop them in the seeding. 2nd down and 6 from the 39. Twins right, receiver left. Delay handoff. Heading right, blocking against the 40 to the 45, 50, 45 of the Eagles, and backpedaling to the 41. That's going to be about a 19-yard pickup for the Cavemen as a new back got it that time. Looks like 19 on the play, and the ball carrier was Sandoval getting his first carry of the contest for the first down. First down of the game for the Cavemen. And that'll mark it into Hobbs Eagle territory at the 41.
Yeah, he found the opening and exploited it and got plenty of yards.
Receiver left and right and a slot right as well. Split formation once again. 1st and 10 from the 41. Shotgun, give it to the right tail. He spins at the line of scrimmage, tries to get up the gap, but he's met hard. Looks like it might have been Sandoval again that went up the gut. Correction, no, that was right. And he's met by the big man on the left side of the Hobbs defensive line, putting the big body up there, Mike Meredith, again 6'2" and 330. So Wright just getting 1 yard on that one. He's got 3 carries for 13 so far for the Cavemen, and a total of 30 yards on the ground on 5 carries for the complete running department.
Yeah, nice stop by the defense. They need to do that again if they're going to see another run.
2nd down and 9 from the 41 of the Eagles. Carlsbad with 2 receivers right, 1 to the left, split again in the backfield. Man in motion to the right side is right. They throw the slant route down to the 36. The receiver backed up for a step and then continued forward. He's going to get 6 after he slid down to the ground. First reception of the game for either team. And that was the receiver for the Cavemen, Richard Hernandez. So he's going to get 6. First 1 for 2 in the passing game now for Carlsbad, and brings up a 3rd down and about 6 yards to go from the Hobbs Eagle 36 on the right hash.
That's about 4 yards to go. And, yeah, it looked like it was a nice catch. Just ran to the ground, though. Might have gotten the first down if he would have been running on that one.
They got 2 receivers bunched up on the left side of the line of scrimmage. One to the right. Man in motion comes left, right. Hurries and lines up on the scrimmage. Another motion going to the right side. Lots of scrambling around. Reverse motions going on. The pass going to go with the curl route at the 30, and the catch is made. It'll be a first down. Looks like about a 7-yard reception. Good curl to come back to it. And the man catching the football was Eloy Lopez. Gets 7 on the play. First down again for Carlsbad. You can hear the foghorns going off here. They're now 2 for 3 in the passing game. 1st and 10 now from the Hobbs Eagle 28-yard line. Shotgun, Perez going to fire the slant route to the right side, but has swatted the line of scrimmage, and getting his left arm up in the air to knock that ball out of the air for Hobbs was Aaron Wheeler. Big defensive end, 6'3", 215, putting the big paw up there and swatting it down like a fly.
Exactly. Nice defensive play, and does stymie Carlsbad for at least 1 set.
Passing game now 2 for 4 for 13 yards. 2nd down and 10 after the incompletion. Now at the Hobbs Eagle 29 near the left hash. Clock stop at 6:17 on the incomplete. Still scoreless. Perez will be back with right in the backfield. Trips right, receiver left. Clapping his hands, back to passes. Perez stays pocket. Now he's going to roll right with the pressure. Throws it back to the middle. Post route, caught the 15, and thrown down hard was Robert Castaneda. He'll get another first down. See how much you're going to give him on this one.
More than enough for a first, that's for certain.
That's going to be 14 yards for Castaneda, his first reception. So they've had 3 different receivers making catches so far. They're now 3 for 5 in the passing game for 27.
Carlsbad being successful so far in their offense, and their second drive is paying off, and they're in the red zone.
3 first downs for the Cavemen at the Eagle 15, middle of the field. 2 receivers head left, 2 to the right side. Perez back with right in the backfield for shotgun look. Hobbs Eagles get lined up quickly. The Perez going to do it. The hesitation pass left flat, caught the 15, 10, and thrown down at the 10-yard line. That's going to be, looks like 10 yards, close to the first down. That's coming up with that was Hernandez. See if they're going to give him enough.
No, it's just 5.
They threw him down. Okay, they're going to say he didn't get out to where I thought he did. So 5 yards, for Hernandez. 2 catches for 11 that time. 4 for 6 in the passing game. And the man that wrapped him up for Hobbs was the cornerback Merari Orozco on the right side. Going to bring up a 2nd down and 5. I guess they gave him 5 on that one. Ready for shotgun again, Perez at the 10-yard line. Gives a hand up in the middle, right, 10, 5, continues to plow ahead, puts his head down, and he's going to pick up another 5 yards up the gap, middle gap that time. So right now with 4 carries, has 18 yards. And they're about a half a yard shy of the first down, getting very close. Hurry up offense for the K-men. 3rd and short. Eagles have to run off their D-end out of the game. Perez is going to hand off with a draw up the middle, and plowing the pile ahead should be enough for the first down with an angle left.
It sure is.
Start at the 5, ends up about the 3, so at least a 2-yard pickup. They need less than a yard to go. They're going to give 3 to Wright, and he moves the chains again. 4 first downs. Wright now with 21 yards on the ground on 5 carries. They're going to go quickly. Perez going to hand off again, going straight forward for the rush for the score. A 2-yard rushing touchdown there as Carlsbad hits the scoreboard first. I'm not sure who, I think they got somebody else in there at that point to score the touchdown. I believe they inserted at the last minute. Was that Perez, I believe? Faked the handoff and went up the gut himself. They give him the 2-yard rushing score and gets the Cavemen on the scoreboard first. So 2nd rush for Perez in the ball game and scores on that one. Cavemen get the extra point up and good. They missed the field goal earlier on their first possession but make the PAT. 4:37 left, first quarter. Carlsbad 7, your Hobbs Eagles nothing. We're back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Lyndon Nanines kicking off for the K-Man, and boy, 2 yards shy of the field goal post. That would have been, if that would have gone through the uprights, let's see, what was my numbers there? It'd be about 71 yards or so for a field goal. If that would have gone through, wouldn't have counted, but still a big boot from Nanines, a kicker, after the Carlsbad K-Men get the first score of the ball game. A 2-yard run for Perez after an INT in the first series for the Eagles. Carlsbad missed a field goal on that first series, got the ball back on downs, or actually on punt, and then went down and rambled in for the end zone, mostly rushing by Wright. He ended up with 21 yards on total of 5 carries, and then a 2-yard rush for Perez. They had 3 passes converted as well. Eagles now on their 3rd possession, only have 8 yards on the ground, no completions in the air yet, so things got to change quickly. Exactly. Twins left, receiver right from the 20. Hanifer on the left end. Here goes Kennedy, stretching out 20, 25, pulls off one defender, spins around at the 30 and out of bounds. They throw down the first down marker. It's going to be hard to see if this is going to be a first. I think did they get just enough, or are they going to make it a half a yard? Nope, they're going to give it to him. 10 yards to start off for Kennedy. 2 carries for 10 total. He had 1 carry in the last series. Hobbs' second first down of the ball game. Quick
first one earned, yeah.
Hurry up offense to the 30-yard line. Now they'll stop, look to the sideline. Of course, their offensive coordinator used to be a coach here in Carlsbad for the Eagles now. Twins right, receiver left. Ready for shotgun. On the split formation, they're going to go fake to the right, go to the left is the quarterback to the 35, 40, 45, and slides forward for the first down. Gets 17.
Yes, he did.
Great job. 17-yard pickup for Beatty. He's got 3 carries now for 25 yards, over 8 a pop, and the 3rd first down. Did a great fake to the right to Kennedy, headed left, and caught the defensive line on the right side for Carlsbad, sleeping a little.
Exactly, and definitely took advantage of that moment. Saw the defense was soft on the middle, and definitely took advantage.
1st and 10 for the Eagles at the 48 of their own. Break at the 47. Going to go with the shotgun and the misdirection, and heading up the middle, we got pads flying off people now. That was a handoff at the last second to Kennedy, and he's going to get about 4, it looks like, maybe 5. Yep, or maybe even 6 here. Close to 6 yards for Kennedy, 3 carries for 16 total.
So, yeah, once again, the the offense is just moving along, trying to get this defense on their heels, and just trying to do the best they can. This time around, though, having the best drive of the game so far for the Hobbs Eagles.
2nd down and 4 for the Eagles at the 48 of the K-Men in Carlsbad territory. Long delay on this snap here. And just holding on and waiting is Beatty, looking back to the sideline to make sure there's any changes in the calls. 4 on the front line for Carlsbad. Shotgun, 2-step drop. Beatty wants to throw with a little curl route at the 30. Looks like the receiver got tangled up for just a second, banged into 2 defenders on that far left sideline, and trying to get open for Hobbs was Gabriel Henry. Of course, he had 2 touchdown catches last week against Oregon Mountain. Incomplete on that pass play, though.
Yeah, and that's another thing that Coach Stevens was talking about was the lack of ability to be able to connect with those passes, and Brock Beatty loves to do so, but yeah, this time around just could not get it done, so hopefully this will be a better, much improved offense for this drive.
Looks like 3rd and 5 now for the Eagles. They have it at the 48 of Carlsbad. Shotgun to Beatty, gives it to the tailback, heading left. That's right to the 25. Oh, wait a second here. What happened with the football? Did they fake it? It looks like they faked it to right and then handed up the gut.
Brock Beatty had it.
Yeah, Beatty kept it and tucked it around his hip that time and went forward, but looks like he's just back to where he was before. At the 49, might have lost a half a yard. We'll just say 0 on that one for Beatty. Good fake. He got me on that one, as it looked like Wright had it going left. Wright would have had the first down if they would have handed the football off that time. Hobbs facing their 2nd 4th down in the third series in this one now. It's going to be a tough decision here. Last time they decided to punt, they had a 4th and short. Twins right, receiver left at the 49 of Carlsbad. They need to get to the 43. Back to pass. Beatty, they're going to go for it. Turns and throws down the far left side. A one-headed catch. Is it good or not at the 30? Yes, they say he got it. Beautiful catch for the Hobbs Eagles. There's a penalty, though, back at the 49-yard line.
That may bring it back, but in any case, that was a very nice catch. He had to be acrobatic about that, be able to stay in bounds and be able to turn around and catch the ball. And, yeah, kind of looks like it is going to come back.
Yeah, that was Seamus Wright out there. 19-yard pass plays coming back off the holding penalty at the line of scrimmage. And the Carlsbad fans reacting quicker than the Eagles knew what was going on there, because they were starting to point the other direction. So a 10-yard penalty against the Eagles, their first of the ball game. That would have been a first down for sure.
Absolutely it was. Instead, now they're going to go back to 3rd down possibly. Or is it going to be, no, they're going to go ahead and
That was a 4th down, so that'll be okay, let's see where they're going to back this up to. Was it the 49? Should be at the 39 now. No, it was the 49 of them, so
right. So
back
39.
to the 41. There we go.
41, right.
41-yard line. They get 4th down situation. It's going to be a lot different situation now, 4th and 15 and a half. Carlsbad had too many men on the field. They try to get off the punt for Beatty at the 36. Going to be a hard dropper. Takes a roll at the 27 and then just flops on the field. It doesn't roll anymore. I don't know why the ball stopped, but it did. It kind of drilled into the ground and just stopped there as Beatty puts a hand on it, and it will be Carlsbad football at the 28. Hobbs having an anemic offense in the first 3 series, Ron.
Exactly. Just once again, like we talked about, they've had some really anemic starts in the beginning of the games, and this is no exception. Last week they did the same thing, though. We're able to come back and win that one huge over Oregon Mountain, so we're hoping that'll happen again tonight.
2:35 left first quarter. Carlsbad up 7-0 after scoring a 2-yard run from Perez, the quarterback. Eagles have punted for the 2nd time tonight. They had an interception as well on their first series. A ricochet off the receiver's shoulder pad went up in the air, and Carlsbad intercepted on the sideline. 1st and 10 for the K-Men at the 27 of their own. Split formation backfield, shotgun, Perez, handoff to the right, back, he's heading left though, 25, heads outside 30, outside the hash and spun down at the 33. Gonna get out 5 on that one, as that is right. Not Seamus Wright for the Eagles, but the Carlsbad Wright, Brock Wright. Of course, coming up, having to help out there, linebacking core to the right side, and the man stepping up for the Eagles to make the wrap up. Gustavo Diaz-Castro, 2nd down and 5 now from the 33.
Castro had an interception last week.
Ready for a shotgun again is Perez. Delay, gives it to the left running back. He's heading right in the backfield, hits off one and tries to dive ahead. He's going to be in the backfield for a loss back to the 31. That's Sandoval, his 2nd carry. Lose about 4 on that one.
Yeah, he tried to get behind his blockers, but there was nobody around, so had to go out on his own, and that cost him as he went backwards, like you said.
Eagles left defensive end Mike Meredith coming up with a big tackle that time, his 2nd. Let's see what they lose on that one, about 2. So dropping 2 in the backfield was Sandoval. He's 2 for 17 now in the rushing game. Clock down to 1:20 in the first quarter. Carlsbad taking some time in the huddle, back up to their 31, leading 7-0. Near the right hash on a 3rd down and about 7. 4 in the front for the Eagles defense. Perez with trips left, receiver right. He's going to roll left, wants to throw, comes towards the sideline, puts on the brakes, fires the out route, coming back to make the catch at the 31. Very short play, about 3 yards. Good hands on that one to bring it down, though, for Richard Hernandez. As Hernandez picks up a 3-yarder that time. 5 for 7 in the passing game for 3 catches for Hernandez for 14. But now 4th down, it looks like definitely going to be a Carlsbad punt situation on a 4th down and 6 from their own 31.
Yeah, the quarterback went too far back and just threw a short pass and needed a lot more than just a couple of yards. Needed about 8 to be exact to get that 1st down. Didn't get it.
Carlsbad 5 of 7 in the passing game for 35 yards. The punt's away from the 21. Going to go back deep and take a big Carlsbad roll past the 20, 15, 10, 5. Will it stop before it hits the goal line? It's saved at the 1-yard line. Bunch of guys tipping it backward to make sure it didn't go in the end zone. Carlsbad with great coverage. A few guys getting a piece of it that time. Hobbs just said, go over my head and let it go because they didn't want to have a chance of touching that. Easton Smith, the final guy to come up with, is the middle linebacker. So Hobbs got to dig out of a big hole in their 4th series already here in the first quarter, Ron. 53 seconds left, down 7-0.
But this happened last week, too. Hobbs had that big stop at the goal line. They were at the 1-yard line. They had a Kennedy 70-yard run that got them out of there, and a couple of plays later, they got their score. So this isn't unfamiliar territory, but unfortunately this is in Carlsbad, so it's a little bit different situation than it was against Oregon Mountain. 2
punts and an interception so far on 3 possessions for the Eagles, so they definitely want to get something going here, down by 7. 53 seconds left, opening quarter. Halfway back in the end zone for the shotgun, though, is Beatty. He's got 2 running backs I formation. Going to go with option. Tuck and go for Beatty around the right end of the 5. Gets out of the pressure down to the 10 and maybe gets to 11. So that's going to be close to a 1st down. Needed to get to about the 11, so he might have got it by the chin strap there. Yep, it looks like they do give him 10, or maybe not. Nope. It looks like half a yard shy. So 9 for Beatty, and he's had the predominant amount of rushes so far, 5 total for 34 yards. First, there'll be 2nd down and less than a yard, but do we have a penalty? No, they're just checking they're going to eyeball it. Now they're going to bring the chains in to make a measurement, the referees here.
It was close.
Maybe Coach Stevens is the one that said, hey, this is too close to call from just eyeballing it from the other side of the field. So the chains come out here to make a mark. Definitely would be one the Eagles would like to get. They have 3 first downs so far in this game. I want to keep this drive moving as they trail by 1 TD at this point. Again, next week the playoffs. Hopefully the Eagles make it regardless of the outcome here. They do get the first, so that'll be a 10-yarder for Beatty, jumping from 9 on that one. And that will be the 4th first down for the Eagles. That'll move it up to the 11-yard line.
Yeah, not as thrilling as 70 yards, but still 10 yards gets them out of the end zone, and that's a big play too.
Mentioned in the pregame show, Hobbs about 53% passing team this year, 47 on the run. Carlsbad 66% pass, 34 run. Shotgun to Beatty at the 5. Handoff, heading left, and going hard is right. Puts on the brakes, tries to backpedal, but he's thrown down behind the 15. Started at the 11, so maybe got 4, depending if they said 4 progress on that one, but we'll see where they're marked at. Not very much. Well, they're going to give him up maybe the 15-yard line. That would be about more like 3, it looks like, for Kennedy, who tried to put the brakes and head back to the middle, but could not get where he wanted to. He has 4 carries for 18 yards. That will end the first quarter of action as the Hobbs Eagles head to the sideline to regroup down 7-0 at the end of 1 with Carlsbad. We'll take a 60-second break, come back with more Hobbs Eagle football on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 app on your cell phone. Back live at Carlsbad, Hobbs Eagle football trails 7-0 starting the second quarter. A 2nd down and 7 as a handoff given to the running back for the Eagles. Seamus Wright gets hit right in the middle of the face mask and goes down after picking up 4 positive, maybe 3 on the left side. And that will be Seamus Wright's first official carry. He had one earlier, but they called it back on a penalty. That's 3 for him. And a 3rd down and 3 for the Hobbs Eagles at the 18. They trail 7-0 in the second quarter, just starting here, Ron. Not the best start offensively with 4 possessions and nothing going at that point.
Exactly. They had a bit of a spark earlier, but just could not get into it. So they're hoping right now with that start on the 1-yard line, they can be able to get those 99 yards and a score.
3rd down and 3 now from the 18. Back to shotgun is Perez. Twins left and right. Goes quarterback keeper, angles right to the 20. Goes powerful down to the turf. He has enough for the first down and then some. Looks like about 6. But there's a flag back at the 20. That happened on another play for a first down that was brought back after a holding penalty. Let's see what they got on this one. Looks like they're backing it up. Not a good sign for the black and gold.
No, it did happen in the backfield, so yeah, it'll probably be a hold.
Yep, it's called a hold. So that's a 10-yarder for Hobbs. Negates the run for the Eagles, and they'll knock it back to the 9-yard line.
Yeah, luckily they're in that position. Otherwise, it could have been a full 15.
3rd down and 12. Hobbs back at the 9. 7-0 your score. The only touchdown was from Perez, the quarterback of Carlsbad, a 2-yard run on their second series. Perez back in shotgun as the Twins right and left on the receivers. 3-step drop. He's going to fire a hard one. Far right sideline over the shoulder. Caught by French. Backpedal at the 50 for the first down. Goes to the ground, but a major pickup for him. That's going to be, looks like, 43. Or excuse me, let's see. They started that in the 9. 44-yarder for French.
No laundry on the field, so all good, and a first down for Hobbs in their territory.
Yeah, that's the first reception of the game. 1 for 3 in the passing game so far. French with the catch for 44. Big one, too. In stride over the shoulder, just waiting for it. 1st and 10. That is the 5th first down at the Carlsbad 47. Twins left and right. give the handoff. Fake, no, Carlsbad is going to bite on it, running around the left end, but not getting far with it is going to be Beatty, and he's thrown down at the left hash. Only had one guy to block for him on this left side, a whole swarm of blue defenders coming in on him. And making the first wrap-up for the Cavemen was Rio Sanchez, as he came in from the right cornerback position. Nose guard in there, too, the big kid for Carlsbad up front, Sean Cruz. Just a freshman, too, but he's big. And that will be maybe a 1-yard forward progress pickup for Beatty. He's got 36 yards on the ground so far on 5 carries. 2nd down and 9 for the Eagles at the Carlsbad 46. Shotgun. And it's going to be an option to the right side. Waiting for it is Kennedy. He heads across the 45 down to the 40. And they're going to be shy of the first down by a couple, but a good positive play there, as he's going to get 5. 5 pickup for Kennedy. That's going to be his 5th carry for 23 yards.
I've always been a big fan of that quarterback option play. They've been able to play it well. That one didn't go as well as it could, but did gain 5, so made it 3rd and short, about 3rd and 5, like you said.
That time, basically, Beatty held the ball for quite a long time, got towards the line of scrimmage, and kind of flipped it backwards, and kind of dangerous in that gap there. Hopefully, cornerback wouldn't have come up and taken off for a 6 for the other direction, but got it there just in time, and good read by Kennedy to get around the corner. Yeah. 3rd down and 5 now. The Eagles at the 42 of the Cavemen. They trail 7-0 to the blue and white. Twins left and right. Shotgun back to Beatty. 2-step drop back to the 50. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to float up the field right hash 40. He's going to take a run. Gets drugged by the ankle and falls forward. Got to get some positive out of that one. Got about 3, maybe 4, depending on where the knee went down. They're going to give him, looks like, 4 yards, close to 4. But to be shy by a first down by 1, though, for Beatty. He's got another 4 added to his numbers for 40 yards on 7 carries, so just above 5 a pop.
Beatty tried to stretch out for that first down, wasn't able to, but definitely was aware of where that first down marker was.
At the 39 of the Cavemen, they got to get to the 37, 2 yards, 4th and 2. Shotgun again, man in motion right to left is his brother Beatty. Braddock now on the left side, Twins. Option right in the backfield, give it out to right to the 40, heads angle towards the first down marker, comes across it and steps out. He's going to get 2+ on that one for the first down. Seamus Wright now with 2 carries for 5 yards. Eagles now with 6 first downs. 8:35 remaining in the second. Clock is stopped, and it's now 7-0. Wait a second. Carlsbad's running out on the field. They got the offense coming out. There must have been a fumble late in the play.
Either that or they didn't get the first down, but either way, yeah.
Wow.
Turnover on downs.
He was 2 yards across the line of scrimmage.
Well, I guess then he did turn it over, but yeah, nevertheless, the crowd is indicating the fact that it is Carlsbad ball.
I don't know why they would have taken that long to make a decision on the down, because everybody stayed over there like, you know, he went out of bounds well ahead. He would look like he's 2 yards crossed it, and then all of a sudden everybody's cheering for Carlsbad. I don't know if they called that a turnover or downs, but either way, Carlsbad football. I don't see a lot of yelling on the sideline for the Eagles, so I'm not sure what the call was. 1st and 10 now from the 38. Shotgun for Perez. He has a man with him. Tucks. Uses the running back as his blocker, puts his head down, full speed ahead, straight forward across the 40, and he's going to get, looks like, 3 yards on that one. I'd like to know what happened on that last offensive play for the Eagles.
Yeah, it would be nice, but unfortunately they don't have signs up that said this is what happened in the last play, and unfortunately announcers don't always get those calls.
3 carries for Perez, has 3 yards total. It's going to be 2nd down and 7 now from the 41 of the Cavemen, who lead 7-0. 8:07 remaining, second quarter. Clock is ticking. 4 in the front line for the Hobbs Eagle defense. Twins left, 2 on the right side receivers. Shotgun for Perez. Has right back with him. Low snap, turns and fires the curl route, but throws behind his receiver. Was turned inside. It went to the outside. Pass was intended far left side to Even Leos. Incomplete.
Close to being intercepted by Mora, just in the area. Wasn't able to get to it, but did look like it bounced in his area, or near his hands.
Carlsbad 5 of 8 in the passing game now for 35 yards. 3rd down and 7. They have their ball at their own 41. Clock stopped again, 7:54 with the incomplete. 3 receivers head right, 1 to the left. Perez in the backfield with the shotgun. Has a running back on his right side. Takes a snap, 3-step drop, dumps it in the middle of the field, caught at the 42, up to the 45, 50, 45 Eagles, 40, and run out of bounds at the 40-yard line. That's going to be, it looks like a 19, make it 18-yard play. And that reception by Robert Castaneda, so 18 for Castaneda to the far left sideline. He has 2 catches now for 32 total, so both double digits. Carlsbad 6 of 9 in the passing game. They'll have it at the Eagle 41. That's also their 5th first down in Hobbs Eagle territory on the left hash. 1st and 10 from the 41. Clock stopped out of bounds, 7:48 left in the second. 7-0 Carlsbad. One receiver left, trips right once again for the Cavemen. Perez waiting for that shotgun snap, long count. Hits the delay, up the middle, stagger steps, and now pushing ahead, and that's going to be positive yardage on that one, about 3 or 4 depending on the pile push. As coming up with the carry was Wright. They'll give Wright 4 on that one. He's got 7 carries now for 30 yards, and a 2nd down and 7 now at the Eagles' 37-yard line.
Did you know that since 1953, Carlsbad Cavemen have ruled this matchup 27-42. They've won it 42 times, and Hobbs has just won it 27 times.
Big important one, though, for the Eagles in this one to try to keep their seeding where they like it to be. Currently 10th in the Max Preps poll. 2nd down and 6 for Carlsbad at the Eagle 37-yard line, middle of the field. Perez takes the shotgun, gives the angle handoff to the left side, but coming down hard in the backfield. No chance on that one for Brock Wright. Falls forward a little bit, maybe got back to line of scrimmage, and that's a liberal spot there, but coming in quickly for the Eagles to put him down hard and then getting a bunch of help in the backfield. Great job of teamwork on that wrap-up for the Eagles as a squad. Initial hit made by Jeremiah Mackey.
Yeah, it looked like it was initially stopped behind the line, but did get forward progress and got back to the line, so it's 3rd down and about 6.
Yeah, 1-yard pickup for Wright. Ball's at the 37. Perez waiting for that shotgun. The Eagles jump on it, but I don't think they crossed the plane that time. They had 4 guys that kind of stepped ahead. Then they got a receiver that was offside, so I think they got a timeout before that. The right side receiver near this sideline, Robert Castaneda, looked like he went across the line, but I think he was calling the timeout. So that'll be a 3rd down and 6 for Carlsbad at the Eagle 30, looks like more than 36.5. Timeout, Cavemen. We'll take a quick 30-second break. Come back with more Hobbs Eagle football on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Welcome back to Boyer Stadium as the Cavemen are still in the lead, and they got the ball 7-0 in the second quarter, and here's the call with Ty Friend.
3rd down and 6 for the Cavemen after their timeout, middle of the field. They need to get to the Eagle 31-yard line, just 6 yards away. Twins right, receiver left, Perez in the split formation backfield. Takes a snap, handoff around the left end. Wright puts his head down, trying to pull forward, but he's not going to make it much more than about a half yard across the line. On the forward progress, Eagles are pointing the other direction like a fumble might have been called, but I don't think so. Whistle blew it dead. Not much going there for Wright. Might have got back to the line. Doesn't look like he's going to get anything else than that. That's his first no gain on the play. He's had everything else positive so far. I would venture to say Carlsbad would go for it at the Hobbs Eagle 36 on a 4th down and about 5. They did give him a little bit closer to a yard on that play.
Yeah, they've already did the field goal or try to, and it didn't work. So, yeah, I definitely don't want to punt it at this point. So might as well go for it and see if we can get that 1st down.
Yeah, this would be a 53-yarder if they tried it here from the 36. Definitely not something they're going to try to do here. 4th down and 5 now from the Hobbs Eagle 36. Shotgun. They turn and throw to the right side to catch in the flat. Right side 30, 25 run out of bounds. That should be enough for the 1st down. Yeah. Looks like about 8, make it 10 as the reception made on the right side by Hernandez. Ball was actually thrown by Perez. He was heading left, turn and fire to the right. As Hernandez comes up with a 10-yarder. And that'll be a 6th 1st down. Carlsbad 7 of 10 in the passing game. Hernandez has had 4 catches for 24 yards.
Yeah, no punch so far, and definitely Carlsbad in the driver's seat so far in this second quarter.
6 1st downs for the Cavemen. They're having it at the Eagle 25-yard line on the right hash. Twins left and 1 receiver right. Split formation backfield. In the middle is Perez. Fakes a pass right, hands up the gut, blocking into people and trying to bounce off them is Sandoval. Tried to head to the middle of the field, but he's brought down, fell forward for about a yard or 2. Hobbs closed the gap quickly as they came in from the linebacking core to put a head down hard that time for the Eagles defense, and getting the first shot at him was Sammy Baeza, the linebacker. They're going to give him 1 yard on the pickup for Sandoval. 3 carries now for 18 yards.
Yeah, Sandoval really had to work on that one. Like you said, he had a lot of bodies around him, just manipulated it a little bit and got that 1 yard.
One receiver heads far left, two to the short right side in front of the Carlsbad bench. Carlsbad going left to right on the radio dial. Split formation again. Perez in the middle, takes a shotgun snap low, pump fakes, rolling right, wants to throw. He'll just lunge it down to the near right side and overthrows his receiver at the 10-yard line. Getting up over his fingertips, trying to get up as high as he could was Eloy Lopez, but he had some good pressure on that near sideline for the Hobbs Eagles cornerback, Merari Orozco. That was uncatchable anyway, but way over the top of the receiver who barely got some fingertips on it regardless.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, he had to trip over that little yard mark over there, the 10, as he was trying to get out of bounds, or did get out of bounds, and almost fell on his face on that one.
Yeah, then he kicked that marker after that. Wasn't a happy camper on that play.
No.
Also, the photographer standing right there, too. They had to quickly get out of the way. 3rd down and 9 from the Eagle 24. Carlsbad football on the right hash, leading 7-0. 4:20 left, second quarter. Not a lot of scoring going on so far in this slugfest. 2 receivers left, one to the right, and Coach Kennedy is going to have to call the timeout here because I think things are out of, or Coach Sanders, excuse me, things are out of whack, and they need to get this set up properly. 4:20 left, second quarter. It's the Cayman 7, your Hobbs Eagles nothing. Come back with us in 30 seconds live on Colt 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Back here in Carlsbad, your Hobbs Eagles to find a regular season game. Trail 7-0 to the Cavemen, who have the ball 3rd and 9 from the Eagle 24-yard line. They break the huddle quickly, run up to the line. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Hurry up offense. Press back to pass, 3-step drop down the middle, post route. Overthrows his receiver. Coming to the right hash, kind of fading from the left side. Incomplete for Eloy Lopez. Trying to catch Eagles sleeping on that one. Came out of the huddle off the sprint out of the timeout. Hobbs is still kind of getting set up there. And a quick firing of the pass there. I don't think the receiver was quite ready for it as it zung by his face that time.
Exactly, and luckily, too, because he had 2 defenders on him, 2 Eagles, and could have been an interception, but was a nice throw, just not nice enough to be able to be caught.
7 for 12 in the passing game is Carlsbad. A 4th and 9, definitely going for it at the Eagle 24 on the right hash. Receivers 3 to the left, 1 right. Perez is kind of making some directional points here to get everybody set. Has 1 man to block for him in the backfield. That will be right. Or correction, Sandoval. Back to pass, 3-step drop, down the middle. Little drag route to the 15, 10, to the 5. It gets tripped and goes in the end zone. Did he break the play? We're going to have to wait and see. That is a touchdown.
Yep.
Going to be 24 yards on the catch. And Carlsbad has their 2nd touchdown. I'm double checking the number on this one. I believe it was number 18 that comes up with it. No, that was Perez. He connected with the receiver number 6. That was Robert Castaneda for 24. So touchdown for Castaneda. That's his 3rd catch. They go for it on 2 and getting tripped up in the backfield, trying to chase out to the left was Lennon Annings. I guess a bad snap, but he just took off, was dropped in the backfield. No good on the 2-point conversion. But the Cavemen already up 13-0 after a 24-yard pass from Perez to Castaneda. And we're going to the 4:09 mark here in the second. 30-second timeout, and back with more Hobbs Eagle football. Carlsbad leads 13-0 here at home against the Hobbs Eagles. 3 catches for Castaneda. That was a touchdown for 24. He's now got 56 yards in the air on 3 receptions.
And that was a 4th down play. That's very important.
Yeah, 4th down and 9 on that one. They are now 8 of 13 in the passing game. And Hobbs down 13-0. 4:09 remaining, and kind of the similar parts of the quarters that they scored in, Ron.
Yeah, they did. In fact, first one was 4:37. This one 4:09. They're keeping it to the 4-minute mark, and definitely keeping Hobbs on their toes, looks like, so far in this game.
Definitely enough time to get a scoring drive going for the Eagles, but they've had some issues on their first few. A couple of punts, a fumble, an interception, a couple of penalties, too. The kick's going to go out of the end zone and rolls out of the back. So no chance for return for the Eagles. Haven't had a lot of opportunities to return any of these in this ball game so far. As Hobbs now going to bring their offense back on. So far in this game, it's Beatty's been running most of the carries at this point. He has 40 yards on a total of 7 carries. His long was for 17. Kennedy has 23 yards on 5 carries, 2 for 5 for Wright, and 1 catch in the game, 44-yarder for French. Hobbs 1 of 3 in the passing department, although Hobbs in their last possession now have 6 total first downs, so they were moving the football.
Exactly. Each time they get the ball, they get more possession, they get a little more down the field, but still haven't been able to cross that line yet, that goal line for a touchdown.
That infamous goal line, at least in this one. Twins right receiver left, back to pass is Beatty. 3-step drop, steps up in the pocket, flows right, left on the run to the 20, 25, breaks the tackle, 30, and is knocked out of bounds at the 31. He'll get 11 yards to move the chains for the Eagles. A big one there. That'll be the 7th Eagle first down, his 2nd longest rush of the game. He has a 17, 11, and a 10 now, as Beatty really picking up the slack for the anemic offense at this point with 51 yards in rushes.
Exactly. You got to blame it on the man-to-man coverage for the defense on the Carlsbad Cavemen. They were able to get out there, but not be able to come back in time to stop the lone quarterback.
1st and 10 now from the 31 of the Eagles. Make it the 32. One receiver short side left, to the right, back to pass, screen to the right side, caught at the 29. Heading far right to the 30, 35, and knocked out at the 40-yard line. As the pass reception for the Eagles going to Isaiah Rodriguez. Hits out to the Hobbs Eagles sideline far right. See where he stepped out here. Looks like they're going to give him
about 8?
Yeah, 9 yards for Rodriguez. 2nd catch of the game for the Eagles. They're 2 of 4 for 53 yards. The majority of those French's 44-yarder earlier in the ball game. 3:30 and counting with 13-0 score for Carlsbad late in the 2nd. Twins left and to the right side for the Eagles on the receiving corps. One back with Beatty. Gives a handoff up the middle. Here comes Kennedy hard to the 45 and is slung down at the 49-yard line.
Looked like an 8-on-8 crime.
That's going to be 9 yards. Make it 8 for Kennedy. He's got a total now of 6 carries for 31 yards.
Yeah, Carlsbad sophomore Flores brought him down for that one, but not before the first down, like you said.
8 first downs for the Eagles. Twins left and right at their own 49. Shotgun back to Beatty. 2-step drop. Steps up pocket. Tucks. He's going up the middle. 50. Center step. 45. He tries to continue to pull guys with him to the right and then brought down in the middle of the field. As he's going to get up ahead, looks like close to 6 yards on that one. And boy, he wasn't going to go down easy that time as finally rodeoed to the ground. Looked like he'd thrown by the hip to the floor that time.
Yeah, you know you're going to get hit, so you might as well make it worth it and get those extra yards. Luckily, he did not lose the ball in the process. Seen that a few times from different runners.
7 yards on that one, 58 total for Beatty. 2nd down and 3 from the Carlsbad 44. Clock down to 2:30 left in the 2nd. Eagles down by 13. Shotgun out of a Twins look. Dumps it in the middle, caught at the line of scrimmage at the 45, and into the 40, or actually shy of the 40, to about the 39 is where they needed to get it. That looks like an 8-yard, or make it a 3-yard pickup for the Eagles, and that was Javen Hernandez that caught that one, so Hernandez coming up big with the catch in the middle.
2:08, looks like a timeout on the field.
So 3-yard pickup on that for Rodriguez. 2 catches for 12, and that was...
Yep, they're going to bring the markers out.
They are 3 for 5 in the passing game, or the Eagles. That's going to be a close one. We've had one measurement before, and haven't seen a lot of measurements this season. Referee's more likely to eyeball it from the middle of the field to see if it's a first, but they're going to bring out the change for the 2nd time now. Again, 2:08 left, 2nd quarter. Hobbs trailing 13-0 to scoring from Carlsbad. 1st quarter, quarterback Perez on a 2-yard run, 7-zip. Missed a field goal in that quarter as well, did Carlsbad. 2nd quarter, a 24-yard pass from Perez to Castaneda. Missed the PAT, tried to go for a 2 after a batch snap. 13-0 your score. And it looks like they're pulling the chains out now to double check this one. 1st down pickup. Definitely an important one for the Eagles.
Yes, indeed. And they're just trying to get the score back to normal. You know, the last couple of times, they've had points where they've had a 14-0 deficit, come back and be able to get that score quickly and get back in the game. And this time around, they're wanting to do that now and get it before the half.
4 yards on that catch for Rodriguez, 2 for 13 for him. That's the 9th first down, and Eagles football at the 41 of Carlsbad. Middle of the field, shotgun to Beatty, 2-step drop, throws the out route to the far right sideline from the Hobbs Eagle bench. His brother Braddock makes the catch at the 31. Let's see what they give him on this one. He did step out, so we'll see where he went out at. Looks like they're going to give him 4 on that one, so it's going to be a 2nd down and 6. So Beatty with his first catch, Braddock Beatty. Eagles are now 4 of 6 in the passing game for 63 yards. 2nd down and 6 now from the Carlsbad 32. And Eagles do want to run some clock here. They don't want to give Carlsbad the ball back if they score on this one. Trips left, receiver right. Back to pass Beatty. 4-step drop, back at the 46. Fires the ball to the right out, and Beatty tried to come up with it, but he gets hit in the shoulder pads, and a little ricochet like we saw early in the first quarter. Some nice defense from that strong safety to clam onto him quickly, and that guy back there to help out on D was Ty Young and made the ball come out of his hands.
Well, you know, still have plenty of time, though, with a minute 59. Actually, no, 54, so I thought the clock didn't start, but, yeah, quick out. And incomplete does stop the clock.
Yeah, very little yardage on the turnaround there for Beatty. 3rd down and 7. Still at the 37-yard line. Man in motion right to left is Beatty. His brother Brock gets the shotgun. 3-step drop. Pump fakes. He wants to throw. Fade route to the far right sideline over the shoulder. Caught at the 10 and down to the 3-yard line. Big time. Justice French turns around and looks at his defender after that one.
Yeah, just don't get called for that. You can get a 15-yarder for unnecessary.
31 yards for French. He's got 2 catches for 75. Eagles now 5 of 8 in the passing game. First down, they're 10th in the ball game, double digits in that category, but they have no points yet. They want to get in on this one. 13-0 with 1:43 left. Shotgun on the split, give it over to the right side of Kennedy, stretches it out, tries to dive near the right pylon near the goal line. They call it a touchdown. It's good, 4 yards. Kennedy into the end zone. First score of the game for the Eagles. First rushing touchdown for Kennedy. He's now got 35 on the ground and a TD to his name.
Exactly, and of course you knew if anybody would be able to do it other than Brock, it would be Kennedy to be able to run it in there and get Hobbs back on the board.
13-6 as we get ready for the PAT. First score of the game for the Eagles, as we mentioned. And Jaden Taylor now going to be doing the kicking honors on this first PAT for the Eagles. Carlsbad will still have a series, though, with 1:32 left in the quarter. Kick is up and clears the left upright. It's good. 1:32 left, second quarter. Carlsbad 13. Hobbs Eagles 7, back in 30, live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, Cool 95.7 on the radio, and on your Cool 95.7 app on the cell phone. Your Hobbs Eagles made it to the scoreboard on a 4-yard run for Amarian Kennedy. 13-7 Carlsbad, though, with 1:32 remaining. And you kind of wished Hobbs had got a little more time off the clock there, but you take what you can get. You don't waste a touchdown. If you can have to get it early, you just go for it. But right now, Hobbs would love to get a turnover against his blue team.
Exactly. They do have that opportunity to be able to stop these cavemen and get another opportunity. But, yeah, first things first is be able to stop the cavemen from moving forward. So far this game, they have been doing a very good job on the offense.
Ready for the kickoff, Jaden Taylor. First time he'll get to kick in this game. Did Hobbs just burn a timeout? Eagles are running to the sideline, though, after they set the ball up. Hopefully, we keep thinking we see lightning behind us. We see a flash of light, but I think that was a timeout. And, boy, I'm kind of surprised they called that one so late. I'm not sure if they're just kind of watching to see what the kick return unit was going to set up like. And
I think that was Carlsbad because they've only got 1 timeout remaining and Hobbs has 2.
So not quite sure what happened on that play, but usually I've never seen a timeout during a kickoff, although this one is not necessarily a game winner at this point. But Eagles have a discussion, get a chance to make a decision on this hopefully last kickoff of the first half, as Carlsbad will get 1 possession, but definitely going to be at about 1:30 if this does get returned in this second quarter. 13-7 Carlsbad. Last game of the season, regular season for both teams. Hobbs coming in with that 5-4 record above 500, and Carlsbad, if they win today, go to 5-5. Here's the kickoff. They switch the kicker for the Eagles, and that's Fabian Astorga. Ball's bobbled at the 5 on the far left, picked up and ran to the right side, stretching out as Mora, or correction, that for Carlsbad was Leos. And after fumbling the ball momentarily, doesn't get much back on it, and behind the 10, they're going to drop his knee at the 8. So Hobbs definitely would love a turnover on this play, being very close in that red zone towards the end zone they want to go to. 1:27 remaining in the half, 13-7 Carlsbad. Mentioning, too, that the record's 5-4 and 4-5. You know, you want to get into the playoffs on a winning note. If Hobbs will lose this game tonight, they could still make it, but 5-5 might not help them in terms of the seeding. Right now, 10th in the Max Preps poll. They got a couple of teams on their heels, too, which you're going to be watching closely tonight. That includes Sandia, Piedra Vista, West Mesa, and Carlsbad, of course, in this game.
Yeah, with Carlsbad, with their weak schedule, though, their strength of schedule, it would hurt them more if Hobbs lost.
Twins left, two receivers right. Shotgun for Perez. He's back at the 4, the Cavemen. Hobbs will put 4 on the front. Hands off to the left and just putting his head down and going hard. Carlsbad looks like they just want to run some clock on this play. Hobbs is pointing the other direction like a fumble, but I haven't seen the official put up his hand yet. Nope, I don't think he's going to bite on that one. They're still unwrapping the pile, though. Nope, they're not going to give it to the Eagles, so.
Right.
Let's see, just barely maybe a yard or two gain for the Cavemen. That's Sandoval. Let's see, where do they mark that at? He started at I guess a yard pickup they're going to give him on that. Sandoval with 4 carries. His first was the best 19, but he's -2, 1-1 since then, so 20 yards. But there's a timeout on the field. 1:09 left. We'll keep it right here in the second quarter. Cavemen up 13-7. They got to be pretty conservative, too. You can't throw little screen routes on the pass game because that could be picked off for a 6 the other way. So
exactly.
I think if they don't want to go down and give Hobbs another chance to score, I think they're just going to keep running it. I don't think they really want to punt, though, either, because they're pretty deep, and that gives Hobbs a good field position. Definitely got receivers to loft that ball out for a touchdown in the half.
Well, Carlsbad has been able to run the ball down the field a little bit better than they thought they would, so I think they're just trying to see if they can get more yardage off this one. First one was a run. Second one probably will be a pass.
Yeah, Carlsbad a 66% passing team, and this one a lot of rushing going on. Low snap to Perez, tucks, heads to the right side, up the right hash, moves the rugby scrum. So it doesn't look like they're very excited about trying to score on these first couple of plays and just happy to get that clock to run out. Perez looks like he might have got 2 or 3. Coach Stevens is pointing at the scoreboard for some reason. Not sure what that's about, but trying to catch the far ref's attention on that sideline.
Maybe getting a timeout. I think that last timeout was for Hobbs because they both have 1 each now.
That's 2 yards for Perez. He's got 4 carries for 5 yards total. Not a lot of production going on there. It's going to be 2nd down and 9. Ball at the 11-yard line as the Hobbs
clock is stopped.
Carlsbad team is coming to the sideline to talk to their coaching staff. Eagles haven't left the defensive stance yet. I'm not sure what the issue is, but I guess Carlsbad just brought their kids over to talk to them. They don't have to do a huddle. But the problem is they're past the line of scrimmage. The ball's back at the 6. And yet they have the whole team up there at the 10-yard line, so they shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, they could come to the sideline, but they need to be behind the line.
But that was 5 yards back. It was on the 11. Now it's on the 6.
Yeah, why did they move it back to the 6?
I don't know.
He didn't go back that far. But, wow. That's a loss of 3.5. I'm not sure where they got that.
That's a loss of 5.
Yeah, the quarterback looked like he was forward progress somewhat of that, so I'm not sure what happened on that one. So we're going to go ahead and give a let's say -2 on that. I don't know what the heck that was all about because I didn't see any. The clock is at 1:05 unless are they redoing the play possibly?
Could very well be.
2nd down and 12 is what it's going to
14.
be at the 6-yard line. Ready for that shotgun. Perez gets a low snap at the 1-yard line, hands up the middle, across the 5, heading right to the 10, down to the 13-yard line, and then somersault for the last bit. That's going to be about 6 yards on that one, and a timeout call for the Eagles. They want the ball back, is what Hobbs calling the timeout for.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to make sure they have an opportunity to try to score one more time. That ball given off to Wright. So get 6, but that's going to bring up a 3rd down and about 5 to go. So one more play to get for the Cavemen. They definitely want to get a 1st down here to get some new downs and just keep the clock moving. And you don't see any urgency to put the ball in the end zone for Carlsbad at this point. They just don't want to do any damage to themselves with a turnover.
Exactly. Of course they don't, and they just want to make sure that they get out of this into the half with the lead. That would be the best thing for them to do. 13-7, not bad. I mean, 6 up, and although they could be a lot better. They've been moving the ball back and forth across the field much better than Hobbs has. Hobbs is going to be adjusting in the second half.
And see, Hobbs is going to take a little bit of advantage at halftime, knowing they had the momentum at the end the first half of action. You don't want to go out deflated like we're seeing Carlsbad. It looks like they're going backwards at this point and not showing the aggression that we saw from the running game at the early part of the game with Wright. Definitely Wright being a very stalwart part of the offense. And so we got the Cavemen out of the field. Hobbs
nowhere to be found.
The whole team is off the field. They're leaving towards
Left?
they've left the stadium. What is going on here? Hobbs, now we got a late. Was that lightning we did see? We kept thinking we saw lightning early, but why was Hobbs told and not Carlsbad?
I don't know. Very weird, but it was like one moment they're there, and the next moment they're gone, like a ghost appearance and a disappearance. And
I thought Halloween was last night.
It was, but maybe it's a part
magic.
2. Yeah, you can.
That was the craziest thing. Carlsbad, the whole team, the whole offense out on the field in their stance, ready to go. Formation already set. We look up. Nobody on the field for Hobbs. We see Hobbs off the sideline leaving the fence over there. We got the cheerleaders leaving behind him in a long row.
Right.
And
now they're running.
Now Carlsbad was not told. I thought we saw lightning, but we weren't sure. I thought it was a light going out here in the press box.
I thought so too.
So we got a lightning delay, and that means they keep adding 30 minutes on every time it hits here. We saw the weather forecast coming in. It looked like the rain was going to hit after 10 o'clock tonight, possibly, and there is a flood watch in Eddy County and Lee County tonight, and that was going to be a little bit later. The storm was going to hit Hobbs earlier from what the forecast said, but lightning can stop a game too, so we got isolated thunderstorms in the area right now, so that is the issue. But unfortunately, it happens not even to halftime. 57 seconds left, but nice to try to at least get that less than a minute out of there before we had to stop the action. But 57 seconds left at second quarter, 13-0 Cavemen, 13-7 Cavemen. Let me get my numbers straight here. As the lightning is starting to come down here, and we will take a break, try to find out what the delay is going to be past the 30 minutes. Stay with us live. Hobbs Eagle Football on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 app on your cell phone. tonight's action. 4-5 record. They will definitely have some tough matchup tonight with Rio Rancho, so that's a big game out of their district. A win tonight would get them at 500, and they're definitely in that Cleveland district as well with a 1-3 record. So they definitely like to get a win over Rio Rancho, an upset victory, to get themselves a chance to secure one of the top 10 seeds. Or maybe even higher depending what happens to Rio Rancho with the loss tonight. Of course, Hobbs comes in at number 10, 5-4 record, taking on the number 14 team, Carlsbad. Carlsbad's victory would hurt Hobbs, I think, might even drop them a spot. I'm still kind of waiting to see what happens to that Farmington at number 9. That could change a little bit. So with the same with El Dorado. Rio Rancho could drop 2 with the loss tonight, but they're playing Cleveland, so that's a pretty big matchup to begin with. So that's kind of looking at some of the games tonight. Kind of wondering now, with this game here, currently in a lightning delay. I'd hate to see this move to Saturday because that's going to be a mess for us, I know, in terms of being able to broadcast that live. But
right.
Lots of stuff going on tomorrow. Ron, we just talked about this. You were downstairs for a minute, but we're in at least an hour delay tonight here, usually a 30-minute one. But I think they saw the weather patterns being lightning for a little bit longer than 30 minutes, so
right.
They went ahead and set it at an hour. We've had some games canceled in the first part of the season. Coaches were not too happy. I know Roswell was involved in one of those games that were canceled early in the contest. It was a non-district game, so that's not going to happen in district because
right.
they have to get the W or loss on it. But that's not going to happen. So this would have to be moved to Saturday, no question about it. But right now, Carlsbad, they like the situation at this point, up 13-7. They didn't finish the half very well. We still got 57 seconds left, but I don't think they like how things went towards the end there. Hobbs is on kind of momentum, but when you have an hour delay at least, that's kind of deflates your sails a little bit too.
It does. It changes the momentum on both sides. And looked like, for the most part, after the Hobbs scored, looked like that Hobbs might be able to get some momentum into this and maybe even get one more opportunity before the halftime. But, again, this situation is going to make things a little different as far as, how they're going to feel. Of course, they're going to have to come out here and warm out. Of course, when it happens, that's going to be key, too. And it's going to be one of those situations where they're going to be coming out here playing for less than a minute, then going back in and doing halftime.
They won't do that. I think they'll just go ahead and play the second quarter out, and then they'll just get the third quarter moving right behind it because they can't afford to stop it again.
Especially with delay of weather already.
And we don't even know. Rain could come next, and that's another, not going to call a game on rain unless it's a flood-out condition, but that just adds more sloppiness to the contest. So you try to get everybody in here, moving along. This is going to be pretty much their halftime right now, regardless what the clock says. They're going to just add that time on.
Yeah.
Look at some preliminary stats. We weren't going to keep these for officially yet because of the delay, but currently on the offensive side for Carlsbad, leading rusher is Wright, not Seamus Wright, of course. We're talking about the Carlsbad Caveman right now. Brock Wright, he's got 10 carries for 38 yards, has not hit a double-digit run yet. Did start the game with an 8-yarder. Things have kind of trickled down since then. He hasn't had any really breakout runs, but he is a consistent runner, 10 for 38 in the first half. Sandoval, another running back for the Cavemen, 4 for 19. He started the game with a 19-yarder, so that was his best. He's had just single digits, ones and -2 after that. So kind of not getting a lot of positive stuff after that first big run. Perez, the quarterback, not very effective at the running game so far, just 4 carries for 1 yard, although he did score that first touchdown of the game, the 2-yarder for the Cavemen. So right now, unofficial numbers for the first half, total of 58 yards on the ground on 18 carries for Carlsbad. That's the rushing game. They've completed a total of 8 passes, or 8 passes, excuse me, I had it right the first time. Their top producer so far has been Castaneda. He's got 3 catches for 56 yards, including the second TD they had for 24. Also, it was Hernandez, 4 for 24. He had a 10-yarder as his long. And then it was also 1 catch for Lopez for 7 yards. So, again, they are 8 of 13 in the passing game in the first half for a total of 87 yards. So 87 and 58 in the passing game so far, about 140 some plus yardage in the first half. Again, we don't have the final 57 seconds expired yet here in the first half of action.
Right.
And for the Hobbs Eagles, let's take a look at some individual numbers. Running leader right now is Beatty, the quarterback, 9 for 58. He's had several double-digit runs. He had a 17-yarder first quarter, 10 and 11 in the second, so he's got some consistent running for the Eagles. Doing a good job of looking up the field and seeing the gaps up there. Had a couple option plays that he kept the football, so he's definitely doing a good job of reading upfield. Amarian Kennedy, 7 carries for 35 yards, had a 4-yard touchdown run here in the second quarter. His longest run in the the first quarter for 10 yards, so he's definitely helping out the Eagles' running cause. And then there's Seamus Wright, 2 for 5. So Eagles right now have had 18 carries in the first half and 98 yards on the ground, just shy of the 100 mark. So looking at century time here for the Eagles, and they're going to have a whole second half to deal with the run game. Passing department, the Eagles currently sitting at 5 of 8 in the passing game. They've got 2 catches for 75 for French, including 2 big ones. He tends to get these long pass receptions. He's got a big body to throw as a target, gets a hand up in the air. So 2 for 75, a 44-yarder and a 31-yarder. You got Rodriguez 2 for 13, and Beatty, Braddock Beatty, the receiver, 1 for 4. So total numbers in the first half, 92 yards in the air, and again, they are 5 of 8 in the passing game. Hobbs has had some problems in their first couple of series. They fumbled, had a couple of punts, an interception, so already 2 turnovers, 2 penalties for 20 yards, 2 10-yarders, and they also had 10 first downs as an offense. On the other side for Carlsbad, 2 15-yard penalties for 30 total. They turned over on downs on a missed 32-yard field goal and also punted once. They only had 6 first downs. And I don't know, I got Jason Farmer up here at the Hobbs Sun. Jason, we had that big play on the sideline that we couldn't tell if they called it out of bounds, a fumble. What happened on that play over the Hobbs on a 4th down situation? You remember what you saw down there?
I can't give me what time was the play at? Because I could tell you, but I don't remember which time the play
Well, it was down by the sideline, over there by the Hobbs Eagles sideline. There was a long delay, and then everybody just kind of stood up, and Carlsbad started cheering, and the team just ran off the field, and they switched the offense out there. We thought he looked like he had a 2-yard first down pickup past the sticks, and then all of a sudden we see that Carlsbad cheering and running off the field.
Yeah, obviously we didn't get the call. We thought we did. We thought he reached out to get the ball across the line like players will try to do. He just came up a yard short.
And what did you hear about the lightning delay? Why an hour? Usually it's at 30 minutes and then add on.
Because of the wind, the system that's coming in, we're looking at the radar, and it's going to be a nice little system, but we should be able to play again tonight. They just want to make sure it all comes through, and we don't have to pause again.
And just since you were down on the field, how's been the emotions? We've seen kind of a seesaw battle. It's Carlsbad running the show there for a while, 13-zip, and then Hobbs marched down. But it seems like kind of just a slugfest down there.
It's a battle, but this last drive with Hobbs getting some momentum going with some of those passes with the receivers making the plays has sparked some of the team, and they're getting back into it like they can come back and take it.
Tell you, every time Justice French goes out there, it just looks like you're getting an alley-oop for a dunk.
French wants every ball thrown his way, and when they do throw it, he catches it, and he makes some big plays.
So how long are you expecting this delay to go here?
I'm going to say hour at least, maybe an hour 15. I mean, it's gonna be some weather, so.
Thanks a lot, Jason.
Appreciate it. Good luck.
Jason Farmer, Hobbs Sun, sports editor. Of course, you can catch that game or find out about the game on Sunday with all the finals. And Ron, any quick comments? We're going to go on that delay and take a break here along with the rest of the fans.
It's one of those situations where I think Carlsbad was just ready to wrap it up for the first half. I think Hobbs had one more fight in him as far as one more drive to be able to go down the field. But unfortunately, Mother Nature said, no, that's not going to happen. The Eagles are going to be grounded a little bit. And we'll see what happens in the second half. And as soon as that gets started, of course, then we'll find out where the playoffs go and go from there.
You brought your sleeping bag tonight, I hope.
Well, I can sleep anywhere almost, so I'm good with that, especially if the weather's cool.
You hope inside lightning, too? Well, I guess we won't play if there's lightning, though.
So we're going to get some cool music on the other side, though. I know that.
13-7, your score. Carlsbad leading Hobbs. 57 seconds left in the second quarter, at least an hour delay because of lightning. We'll keep you posted and get that up on the internet as well. Send it back to the studio with Tiffany. Music on Cool 95.7, but Hobbs Eagle football to follow. Stay with us.
Welcome everyone to the cave in Carlsbad, and we are under weather delay once again. Not sure exactly how long that's going to be, but we want to thank our sponsors while we can, starting with Lee County State Bank, Eunice Pump and Supply, Hobbs Express, Miko Services, First American Bank of Hobbs, Devon Energy, The Badger, The Model, Eastern New Mexico University, Thriftway and La Tienda, Bel Air Bowl, NMR Pipeline, Ampersand Media and Design, TDS, Divine Energy, Master Plumbers, Forest Tire, Zamora's Car Care, and Lasco Construction. We're under an hour delay. That was about 45 minutes ago roughly, but we have seen lightning lately, so it could be another 20 minutes or so. But we will let you know, keep you updated. Once again, we are under weather delay. 13-7 is the score, and it is the Cavemen up on the Eagles. It was near the end of, and I see another lightning strike, but it's further away, so it may not count as much. But we are about under a minute left in the first half. We may just play that one and go into the second half without another halftime delay. So keep it right here. We'll be right back in just a moment, and I'll let you know what's going on. Thank you very much for being patient. Once again, Carlsbad Cavemen up 13-7 over the Eagles in the first half. Be back soon.
Welcome live back to Ralph Boyer Stadium here in Carlsbad. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you. Tiffany Stuber back at the station. We've been on a lightning delay. And the situation we got going on right now, we had 57 seconds left, second quarter here in Carlsbad. It was Carlsbad football deep behind their own red zone, so they had not much of a chance to score. They're kind of running the clock out there, and then when the lightning delay hit, we thought they'd probably come back, run 57 seconds off, and then that'd be going into the third quarter immediately. But instead, oh, here we go again. They've just gone back to a lightning delay. We were just getting ready to start this second quarter again at 57 seconds. The minute I said that, lightning hit, and they're sending everybody back to the locker room again. So what the scenario was supposed to be, and which it will probably be once we get back on track, is we're going to run the 57 seconds off, Carlsbad football, 3rd and 6 from their own 14. And then once that was expired, they're going to go 15-minute halftime because the band is a senior night, so they didn't want to give up their halftime show.
Right.
And then that'll be a 15-minute break for again. 15-minute break for the teams again, and then we come back and go to the third and fourth quarters. But now both teams have been out here warming up for a couple of minutes, and then the minute they get ready to start this 57 seconds, we got a bunch of bolt lightning in the back horizon there, so immediately ran them off the field. So, again, 30 minutes was what they continue to add on each strike at this point. They use a cell phone app on that, the weather app for that, to determine how far away the lightning is. Within 10 miles, it's an automatic 30-minute ad. Now, of course, what was it, last year before we had that delay that was pretty bad at Hobbs? What happened?
It was last year, and it ended up being one of those situations where we waited for about 2 hours and then ended up conceding it. The other team said they'd play it in the afternoon. We were a little hesitant about it.
On
but
Saturday.
We played it on Saturday, and Hobbs was thoroughly beaten on that one. But, it was one of those situations where we didn't want to play. We wanted to play that night, get it over with. We seemed like we were feeling our oats, but instead ended up going to the next day and didn't work out for Hobbs.
Now, of course, this is only an hour away, so if Hobbs wanted to go home tonight, they could. But that team they played last year was a longer trip for them.
It was like Las Cruces, I believe.
So it was a long drive. So they ended up staying in the field house and laid on the turf in there. So that's something that, opposing coaches, if they want to play the game, they have to make some sacrifices. That's not easy. I mean, laying on turf all night can get kids not the best of game readiness, basically. And so that's, but if you want to play the game, that's the situation. Now, earlier this season, first or second week, Roswell High had to go to Farmington.
First week.
Yeah, first week. Went to Farmington. They had a lightning situation early second quarter. And the negotiations went on for a couple of hours. They kept going back and forth. They delayed the game. Coach Lynn, of course, the coach at Roswell, long road trip up to Farmington, was like, we want this game played tonight. It finally got to the point of, hey, this is a non-district game. It's not going to count against your district rankings and all that stuff, so we're going to call this game. And he was not happy. He was in the media quite a bit after that. It got a big debate about the NMA policy, whether it's specific enough, and really it's not. I mean, it's hard to make determinations on different weather patterns and situations. How long is too late? Do we wait out a radar? Do we make a discussion about if the water is too heavy on the field? Stuff like that. But lightning is usually the issue. But, again, it's tough. It's hard to put regulations down on paper when you have different weather patterns and trying to make decisions on what Mother Nature's going to do or might not do.
Now, you always want to do the boys' best for not only the fans but also the students as well, and you don't want anybody to get injured any time at all. So you definitely want to try to make sure that you're doing both fairness to the teams as well as the fans and of course, the coaching staff and the referees and anybody else who is involved in this as well. So you definitely want to make sure that, once again, the bottom line is this: nobody gets hurt, and we both are able to get people on and off the field without any injury and the best results. And sometimes at that moment it's hard to get those calculations done on the spot.
Yeah, talking to Jason Farmer with the Hobbs Sun, pretty much the idea down in the locker room right now in Fieldhouse is they want to get this game in tonight. Both teams have a lot on the line in this district. The thing about it is tomorrow, they start looking at the seeding possibilities. There's a couple teams I think play tomorrow. I know there's a game down in Las Cruces, not the big one, Centennial and Las Cruces High. That's tonight. But the seeding process is going to get stalled up. We have to make a game, and if it's going to be a game tomorrow, they're going to have to do it early because they got to get that all the way up to NMA with the final results, and then they're going to take a look at all the stats and all that stuff from the season. But again, so both they want to get this thing taken care of. I think that's the case in all situations. Coaches don't want to have to drive home and back or have to not be prepared for the next game.
Right.
Kind of listing up for the PA announcers here.
Just telling them again to get out of the stands.
like us up here with the electronics, I guess. But so anyway, we are on a delay, probably at least 30 minutes based on the lightning strikes. They do tend to add 30 when another strike hits, and it has to be visible too. We got a bunch of bolt lightning in the background, and not a lot of rain has hit yet. I know the Lee County forecast was for rain starting around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock down there. Carlsbad was going to wait till later. The last forecast I saw until 9:30, 10 o'clock or something. But there was a flood watch in the weather forecast as well for flooding, which we saw in Roswell a few weeks ago, where they had about a 30% chance, and they got dumped 4-some inches on the
5.5 actually.
Yeah, after it was all said and done. So again, water's not the issue at this point. Lightning is, and we're going to be waiting it out. I think we're going to take it back. Let me get some stats here. We talked about this right before the break. I know a lot of people are starting to tune in and texting me left and right about what the situation is. But with 57 seconds left in the second quarter, what you got right now, Wright, the running back for Carlsbad, leads the team with 38 yards on the ground. Sandoval, another running back, has 19 yards. They're right now sitting at 58 total rushing for the team. They have 18 carries in the first half. So far. Passing game, they're 8 of 13. Their leading receivers, Castaneda, 3 for 56, Hernandez, 4 for 24, and Lopez, 1 for 7, about 87 yards in the passing game. So 145 is what they're looking at right now, unofficially. Again, 8 of 13 in the passing game. They've turned over on downs due to that missed field goal Carlsbad did. They had a punt and 2 15-yard penalties, 6 first downs in the first half. So 58 on the rush, 87 in the pass, 145 unofficially total offense in the first half. Hobbs Eagles getting some good production on the ground. Beatty, for example, Brock Beatty, the quarterback, 58 yards on 9 carries. He's had 17-yarder, 11-yarder, 10-yarder, most consistent running back at this point. Omarion Kennedy, of course, though, 7 of 35 up to this late part of the second quarter. Had the only scoring off the ground, rushing touchdown for 4 yards to get things going for the Eagles offensively. And then Seamus Wright, 2 for 5, but they're 98 yards right now in terms of rushing to shy 100. Passing department, Hobbs is going 5 of 8. They have 2 for 75 for French. Definitely always a go-to man, big size out there, good target. Rodriguez 2 for 13, and Beatty 1 for 4. Braddock Beatty, that is the receiver. So they, again, 5 of 8 for 88. 98 rush, 88 pass, 186, 145 for Carlsbad. So Hobbs leading by 41 yards, although they're down 13-7, and we're down 13-0 earlier in the game.
And they really didn't do a whole lot in the first quarter. And they had the opening drive, and the second possession they had ended up being a deflection for a turnover, an interception.
Right. So
Hobbs was able to stop them on that field goal attempt. But that was really close. It was about the 20-yard line when that happened. So Carlsbad came out early, tried to strike, and got it. But on the third drive, second drive,
don't say strike, please.
All right, sorry, I was thinking about snakes, not lightning. But either way, hoping for no more strikes as far as lightning goes. But still, Carlsbad was
World
able.
Series is over, by the way, too. So
yes.
Don't talk about the Yankees right now, please.
Well, I'm a Dodger fan, so
of course
barking
you are.
up the wrong tree. Anyway. I was going to wear my blue, but I thought, no, I'm not going to, because this is Carlsbad, and they are all about the blue. But again, Carlsbad wants this win. But they have, in the last 3 games, they have lost against Hobbs, and they have a combined combined total of 125 points for Hobbs and only 26 for Carlsbad. So right now they're doing really well, considering as how they got half of that from the 3 games put together. They got it in this game in 13, and so this is a different kind of look for Carlsbad than we're used to, because usually they run the ball instead of passing it. They've been passing it more, getting the ball down the field, but they've been able to run too. They've been successful with the run, but I expect to see Hobbs come out here, and they usually get tightened up in the second half, and running against them is usually a lot tougher than it is in the first half.
A lot of the ADs, a couple coaches down there on the field right now just broke a meeting off about the 50-yard line. They are starting to exit the field, and, of course, they have a lot to say about the weather conditions and safety of the team, so again, that'll be up in the air at this point. Hobbs had 10 first downs, not because of the first 3 possessions, though.
Right.
It was about the 4th where they started seeing some progression down the field, and they got the touchdown run, of course, from Beatty. Then also Kennedy. He had the 4-yard touchdown run. Then 6 first downs for Carlsbad. They had a lot more than the Eagles through those first few sets, and then all of a sudden Hobbs started to get back in there in the second quarter, get things going a little bit. Ron, earlier we had some scores. I think, there's some key games around the state tonight. We'll try to get these updated here in a few minutes because we're way behind now with the lightning delay. But one game we're watching closely is Los Lunas and Sandia. Los Lunas 6-2, the number 6 ranked team right now. Sandia's number 11, and the thing about Sandia is they're one spot below the Eagles, which makes it tight, but they're also fourth in the La Cueva district with a 4-2 record, which is pretty respectable there in that type of a district. So, again, they get a win, Hobbs gets a loss tonight. That number 10 spot or whatever it might be can be kind of changing a little bit. So
right.
I think that game's going to be important to Los Lunas and Sandia. Another one we're watching closely, the Centennial Las Cruces. Of course, if Centennial wins, district champs. Las Cruces wins, district champs. Right now, Centennial's ranked second, Las Cruces 5. If Centennial were to lose that game, they weren't earlier, but if they were to lose that game, Las Cruces would move up in the top 4 more than likely. They have to be higher than their other district opponent, which is Centennial. Centennial would have to probably drop out of the top 4, and they get to host a game next week. But top 4 teams get a bye next week, so that's really a big prize for being a district winner. So that's a big game. We'll see that score here in just a minute. Farmington, I think, is on the bubble for that number 9 spot right now. They're 4-5. They're fourth in the Cleveland district, 1-3 record, which doesn't sound impressive, but that's a team that can be moved up or down a little bit based on some results tonight. Another big game, of course, Rio Rancho Cleveland. Cleveland is ranked 3rd. They're not really going to be hurt too much. I mean, Volcano Vista is right on their heels in that district, but Rio Rancho is not going to move into a top 4 spot unless they can't win the district anyway, so they're not going to get that opportunity. But still, picking off Cleveland could hurt them in terms of the top 4 seats in a placement there, currently sitting at 3rd. I think the only team that's really heavily protected right now is La Cueva, 10-0. There's no question where they're going to be. But Centennial, right. You had a score earlier on Centennial. What was it?
Well, okay, so at halftime, it was a close game. It was 21-17, and it looked like Las Cruces came back a little bit because they had 14 in the second quarter. But they got blanked in the third quarter, and as at the end of the third quarter, it was 35-17, Centennial with a comfortable lead, and they're now in the fourth quarter. And now it's 42-24, and it looks like it's going to be Centennial going to be winning that game.
Thanks to
with 2 minutes, and yes, thanks to Farmer.
Yeah, Jason Farmer giving us that score update, and basically what that means, Centennial continues the win there. They go to 10-0 also. I think they're going to probably stick with La Cueva at number 1 and then Centennial number 2, which means those 2 teams have a bye. Of course, Cleveland, Rio Rancho, another game, again, we're watching.
I'll give you another one, too. Piedra Vista and Farmington. They're in Farmington right now. Farmington having a 4-5 record, and Piedra Vista with 2-7. And right now, Piedra Vista has the 23-19 lead. They are in the fourth quarter right now, but they have 9 minutes. They still have plenty of time. However, it looks like I can't tell who's got the ball, but Piedra Vista is holding strong against this Farmington team. And Farmington actually is ranked 10th in the coaches poll and 9th in max preps.
I think more importantly, too, Farmington losing that game, that's a rival game, both of those teams from Farmington. But Piedra Vista, the thing that's keeping them in the hunt for a playoff spot, despite that record, which nobody would think that would be even a playoff potential, but they're 9.9 strength of schedule. So they're playing some tough teams earlier in the season. Again, a win tonight gets them in the top 12, no question, but just because of their finish, what they've been doing. But, again, Farmington, I just told you a few minutes ago, I think is a major bubble team, and with a loss to them, that's definitely going to drop them. And that could give Hobbs a chance to move up, but the Eagles need to win this ball game. I think, lose this ball game, you're going to be hovering around the 11-12 spot. It's going to be a road trip regardless. And right now, remember, the top 4 teams don't have to worry about next week. But right now, I think – the way the Centennial Las Cruces game is going, Las Cruces is probably going to be the number 5 team. They'll take on 12, so that's in play right now. Who's that 12 spot? Piedra Vista can move up with the win tonight.
Well, that game is over with. It is a final of 42-24.
So Las Cruces is the number 5 team more than likely.
Right.
Los Lunas is a bubble right now at 6. Them and Sandia going at it tonight. We'll get a score update on that one. Which one?
Los Lunas.
Los Lunas. Okay, so Los Lunas, thank you, Marco. Los Lunas gets a 7-2 record, so I think they're going to probably hold that 6th spot. That's where you start to wonder, is Hobbs possibly, if they're number 12, do they play Las Cruces? Do they play Sandia? If Sandia stays at the 11, which they might move up depending on how they do tonight. Lots of possibilities. Or could they play Hobbs? If Hobbs drops to 11, they could end up playing Los Lunas. So there's lots of different situations. What other scores you got, Ron?
Well, let's see. I've also got the quick ones. Of course, we know that Lovington beat Santa Teresa 44-9. Also, Jowl dropped.
Okay, hold on back to that Lovington game. How about that? It's a very important one. They've been 0-3 the last couple of weeks, and that's a district record. So, Lovington's going to probably make it based on their pre-district wins that they had with Lovington, a couple other squads, Roswell, et cetera. Not Roswell, but for the other schools they picked off early.
Well, let's see. No, they didn't do Artesia, but
they were 5-0 at the beginning of the season, regardless.
Right. Hobbs, of course, they did that.
That's a feather in their cap. But those last 3 games before this one definitely were a problem.
Right.
And lost to Deming, they lost to Artesia and Roswell. But now with that win against Santa Teresa, I mean, Albuquerque Journal has had them still ranked pretty high in terms of playoff potential.
5th on Max Preps, just above Mayfield, who was 4-5. And their strength of schedule wasn't that great, but still it was better than some. In fact, actually Gadsden had a 7-2 record, but they have a 12.9 negative strength of schedule. And Deming had a negative 8.3, and that's 7-2. So they still have a comfortable – they may just get outside the bubble of the bye, but they still will be in the playoffs. And, we know that they will be tough to beat. They had that losing streak, and they're over that right now. So they're getting back into it. Santa Teresa, though, not the hardest team to beat. They were 1-8 coming into that game. And even though it was at home, it was going to be one of those situations where we knew that Leamington would be able to come in and roll over them, and that's pretty much what they did.
You got some more scores going there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So let's go to the Texaco game with Jal, and that one was over by halftime, unfortunately. It was just nothing but Texaco Wolverines. Final score 52-0. Mercy rule ending on that one as well. So Jal 2-8 and not likely to be able to get any kind of playoff traction at all whatsoever.
And they have expanded that. That league is of 12 teams do make that league. I think they went up from last year. So that
it would take a lot to be able to get Jal into there, that's for certain. And we got the Loving Falcons and Eunice Cardinals both at 6-3. Last time I saw, it was Eunice up just by 17 points in the third quarter, 37-20. So actually now it's 37-4. Yeah, 37-20
update
is what that is. So last time we saw Eunice back in it again. They seem to be a little bit on a hot-cold streak right now. They're pretty hot against Loving. So if they can hold that off, they'll have a really good shot at the playoffs.
Of course, you got a game tomorrow you're covering on the playoff mode.
I sure do. It's going to be Tatum versus the Hawks of, what is it, Duluth?
Dulce.
Dulce. I just want to make sure I got that right. Yeah, that's going to be tomorrow. Game is set for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We do have some weather that's possible, just like we have here. But definitely going to see if hopefully that won't be a factor. But if it is, it could be delayed a couple hours. But either way, that's the first round of their playoff.
And I'm sure they're pretty happy about that. Dulce is a pretty long road trip if you had to go up there. Instead, it's going to be in Tatum. So.
Yeah, Dulce is 6 and Tatum is 11. 5-4 is what the Hawks are. 5-5 is what the Tatum Coyotes are. They've been kind of struggling here lately, so if they can get this victory, that will probably be a very nice pin for them.
So, some people might be wondering in terms why is a 11th ranked team hosting an
I'm wrong, actually. I bet I'm wrong because I think I got it backwards, 6 and 11.
Yeah, 6. Yeah. Tatum 6 and
Tatum
Dulce 11.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was the
So, I just actually got that too. And it is Eunice up big, 58-27 with 9:04 remaining in the fourth quarter over the Loving Falcons. So that is pretty much a done deal for them as well.
So, that's pretty much the Lee County wrap-up. Of course, this weekend they'll have the pairings of the playoffs, and with the weather situation down here, hopefully get this game in tonight with Hobbs and Carlsbad, 13-7, came in leading on that. There's going to be some games, regular scheduled games tomorrow. I know Las Cruces is hosting one of those. Not Las Cruces Centennial, but another game from the Hobbs district. And I know obviously Saturday will be a big game for different stadiums up there in Albuquerque with their final games of the regular season. That'll have pending on what the playoffs will have for that.
Plus, we'll also have we won't have coverage on it, unfortunately, but the Hobbs Lady Eagles have gone up to Rio Rancho to Volcano Vista, and tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, they're going to be facing the number 4 Lady Hawks to continue their run. And they had just won the other day against Oregon Mountain Lady Knights, and that was a exciting game at the end where Hobbs was able to get it in double overtime to be able to get a 3-2 victory over the Lady Knights after the Lady Knights had scored 2 in the first, and then Hobbs had to tie that one up in the second. Barely got it before the end of time, but we're able to get it tied up at 2. Then there was that first overtime that nobody was able to score, but it seemed like after the first period that Hobbs was pretty much more aggressive than Oregon Mountain Lady Knights were. In fact, it seemed like they were content with that 2-point lead. They were just going to go ahead and get into the final and just walk it off basically, a walk-off home run basically. But Hobbs had different plans on that one, got 1 score, and then got that snuck that second score in before the time expired. And then after a single overtime, we're able to get, after a unfortunate injury with Brianna Brooks, that she ended up being she just had a calf injury, calf strain. So luckily she's going to be okay, but she wasn't on the field when they scored, and that expected her. She was the leading scorer of the team to be out there to do that. But instead, Hobbs took advantage of the situation, was able to get that nice little free kick once the goalie went down for the Lady Knights. And the rest, as they say, is history. They're moving on to Volcano Vista. That was their first win in playoffs in a couple of years for the Eagles.
Number 5 seed, of course, too.
Yes.
And of course, other boys soccer, the Eagles had to go down to the southwest part of the state earlier this week and unfortunately got knocked off in their first playoff game there.
Yeah, I believe it was 4-3. They went to Anthony, and Gadsden was the one that just handed them that loss. And it was an underdog anyway. Hobbs was going in there, even though they were the defending champions. You expected to see them to do as well as they did. They did pretty well, though. They got 3 goals, but just were not able to get past that Gadsden team, that Gadsden Panthers team.
Well, that's kind of a wrap-up, at least what's going on so far tonight. Lee County and parts of New Mexico. We'll try to get some more 5A scores for you to see how the playoffs are looking at this point. Again, tomorrow they'll have the pairings, nmact.org will be where the brackets are, and we'll get more updates on that tomorrow. But we'll take a quick break here. We've been on a little bit, almost like election coverage tonight, but we'll take a 3-minute break, come back with the a halftime / lightning delay halftime show, whatever you want to call it here, back in 3. We're back live here in Carlsbad. We have an update on the game situation here. Still on lightning delay, but as soon as that ends, Ron, which you don't have a time yet for that, what's going to happen after the lightning delay?
So, all right, so we knew about the 57 seconds that's going to be running off into the second quarter. We're still in the second quarter. So once that happens, then what we'll have is a 3-minute break. No band's going to be playing. They're going to be playing somewhere else for their parents because this is senior night. and then we're going to go back in action. Third quarter is going to start right after that 3-minute break, which usually means they're just going to be going out there and warming up. Once again, they've done that earlier, but do it again, and we're going to start the third quarter pretty quickly and try to get this game with before another delay of weather.
So no more official long halftime show. Band will be playing right now, actually, at the gym next door. So that will cover that. And then just a 3-minute halftime. Now, a lot of people are asking, why are we having a halftime extra after we're having this big delay? That the rule book does state that you have to have some type of official halftime of 3 minutes, and we're not past the, we're still at 57 seconds. So by regulations, that the first half has to end first before you can put in that at least a 3-minute. Thanks to Jason Farmer getting us that information from the ADs, et cetera. So this game sits at 13-7. Had a few texts coming in right now asking about how the game plays out. This game needs to keep going. It is a district contest. It's not something you just write off the books because it has major playoff implications for both teams. Carlsbad has to win this game to get into the playoffs. Hobbs,
right.
I wouldn't say they're a bubble team. With a win, they're in for sure. A loss, it's going to be maybe dropping them. I don't think they're going to knock out of the top 12 to not make the playoffs, but it's not going to help their cause in terms of keeping a 10 or higher seed. So both teams have something to gain in this game. Basically, for Carlsbad, it's their season. So game will be played. It's not a start over. We keep the score as it is, 13-7. Carlsbad with the 6-point lead at this point, but we're not to halftime quite yet.
Yeah, although I will disagree with this. I think even if Carlsbad win, like if they won right now, for example, if we just called the game and it was over with, I don't believe that would be enough for them to get into the playoffs. So they would have to get a second half that would be phenomenal, be able to beat Hobbs by a little bit at least to prove that they've got a better record than what they show. And also the strength of schedule once again at .2, so they don't have that going for them like Hobbs does.
Well, let's look at the biggest contrast, Ron. The game against Oregon Mountain. I mean, Hobbs 56-6 last week.
Right.
They lost to Oregon Mountain by 1 point in overtime. So if you're going to take a look at game comparisons, who beat who beat who in district, and that's one of their other selection criteria, that's not going to look good for Carlsbad. So to be quite frank, I think they have to win this ball game. No question about it.
Right.
Hobbs loses it. I could, depending on a couple of these other teams that are on the bubble, Pieter Vista and some of those are kind of questionable right now. I think you could drop a spot. And I think the committee is going to put Hobbs into the playoffs regardless. I just don't know what the other finals we're still waiting for, whether or not that's going to happen. We know Los Lunas is won tonight, so they're going to probably hold a 6 seed, possibly 6. It might be a little movement there. Sandia is lost their game, so they lost to Los Lunas, so they're going to drop to 5-5. That's a spot that could be up for grabs too. Pieter Vista. Definitely, might be looking at that. West Mesa could move up a little bit. Carlsbad's at 14, so they beat the Eagles. They could move up into a playoff spot. Kind of tough, but possibility.
Yeah.
We already mentioned earlier that it looks like victory for Centennial, which will move them to 10-0. More than likely cements their number 2 seed. La Cueva number 1. They're already 10-0. They played last night. I think it was 42-0 over Albuquerque High, so that was a demolition there.
Exactly.
Cleveland, they're right now 4-0 in district. They lost to Rio Rancho tonight, which I don't think is going to happen. They could drop a spot or two, but they're going to stay in the top 4 more than likely. Volcano Vista is kind of hoping Rio Rancho wins because that could give them a better question about the district. They'd have to go head-to-head and look at that situation. I believe Cleveland already beat them, so I think Cleveland will be the district champ. So
43-12 is what the final was on that one. So
Cleveland's probably going to hold the number 3 slot. Volcano Vista will probably hold the number 4. And then, of course, Los Lunas winning tonight, number 5. And again, these could change a little bit, but that's pretty much what it looks like for the Max Preps poll. Las Cruces, I'm sorry, number 5, not Los Lunas. Las Cruces is going to lose tonight, so they're going to probably stay at 5, could drop. They might move Los Lunas up to 5 and put Las Cruces at 6. Both teams right now, Los Lunas is 7-2, and Las Cruces is dropping to 7-3 with their loss tonight. So we already have a win for Los Lunas, so they're now 8-2. I could see them moving up and dropping Las Cruces down a slot too.
Exactly. I mean, another thing is that, we already know that sometimes the committee has these tiebreakers that we're not quite sure about as far as which way it's going to go. So you have those little tiebreakers that can also make a difference as well. And Hobbs could be one of those situations where they get in a tiebreaker with like Farmington or maybe even El Dorado. And even though their strength of schedule isn't as strong, they still have that opportunity to be able to do it. But they have to have that 6-4 record. If they have 5-5, it's not as impressive as say a 7-3 or maybe even a 6-4.
So Hobbs is really, in terms of making the playoffs next week, the possibility of travel, and there's no question Hobbs is going to have to travel, so we'll get that in our heads straight right now. But, the possible travel trips, Las Cruces, if they're a 12 seed, they probably have to go there. Los Lunas, if they're a number 11 seed, probably have to go there. The question is Rio Rancho going to hold on to number 7? Okay, that's a possibility. So Rio Rancho could be another destination. So in those 3 scenarios, really don't have an Albuquerque team in there yet. Los Lunas is right outside there, of course. But the next team that could possibly host out of the foursome is El Dorado, which is number 8, which is, of course, in Albuquerque. But and then after that, you got the teams that are in the 9 through 12. I do not see any way they're going to move into a host game next week. Farmington, Hobbs, Sandia, Piedra Vista. All those teams will have to go on the road. So we're looking at Las Cruces, Los Lunas, Rio Rancho, and El Dorado, more than likely host teams next week.
And that means that Hobbs will lose their 3-game hosting streak as far as the playoffs, their first round. So they had that going on. We talked about that on the way up here, where they faced El Dorado in 2021, was able to beat them 36-2. Then after that, 2022, lost to Volcano Vista. It was a close game, though. Hobbs came back, tried to get it in the fourth quarter, but could not. Lost 35-31. And then, of course, last year we know they had Clovis come into town. And, it was a slaughter for the Wildcats as Eagles beat them 50-13.
Yeah, definitely put all on top there. Again, we're still in a lightning delay. Haven't been given an updated time start yet. Once that does happen, we'll get the 57 seconds played for Carlsbad. They have a 3rd and 6 from their own 14. More than likely, they're just going to sit on the ball, let the clock run out. And then after that, a 3-minute halftime. That'll be it, 3 minutes only. Probably a warm-up situation. And then back to the 3rd and 4th quarters to finish the ball game. Lightning hits again after that point. 30 minutes added to the clock for a delay, and we go on from there. We haven't had any other stipulations added in terms of, how many times we're going to stop and restart. That's up to the coaches and admin. Really, to be honest, this game has to be played. There's no way it's going to be canceled. Saturday's an option, but I don't think coaches want to have with conflicts and having fans come back and all that stuff, and then the Eagles having to go home and come back. Just too many complications there for a good situation. So that's what we're looking at. We're going to take another 2-minute break, see if we get any updates on that. And you're listening to Hobbs Eagle Football. Carlsbad leads 13-7 over Hobbs. 57 seconds left, second quarter. We'll be back with you in 2. Welcome back to the Lightning Delay here in Carlsbad, Rob Boyer Stadium. Ty friend Ron with you, and of course it's Tiffany back at the station both. And Ron, of course, keep talking about the delay scenario. Still don't know what start time is. 4 referees out on the field right now discussing. We had ADs out there meeting earlier at midfield. 30 minutes for each lightning delay is the situation here. Right now, we're hoping to get this thing started as soon as we can see some of that lightning subside. Go 57 seconds head-to-head. Finish up the second quarter that way. 3-minute delay, or 3-minute delay. 3-minute halftime for a little bit of a break by regulations only. That's why they're doing 3 minutes. They have to have at least a minimum of that. Then play the third and fourth quarters. Let's talk about momentum a little bit. We did see opening 13-0 game in this one. Hobbs was a victim of an interception on the far sideline, left sideline near the Hobbs Eagle bench. Deflection off a Braddock Beatty, the receiver. Off. He kind of turned towards the football, and the ball bounced outside shoulder pad and went up in the air towards the sideline. It was a freak situation.
Right.
And ball thrown behind him a little bit. So that popped up in the air. Carlsbad luckily didn't go pick 6 with it, but they did get the possession. Eventually scored in the first quarter, 7-0.
Not on that one, though.
Yeah, on that next series. But Perez got a 7-0 with a 2-yard run for a score. They also finished a second quarter drive with a 24-yard pass to Castaneda from Perez. Missed the PAT. I think I had a bad snap and went for a run around the end for 2.
Right.
Missed that one. Got tackled on the end, behind the line of scrimmage. So they were up 13-0. That was at the 4:09 mark of the second. Then Hobbs finished up with Amarian Kennedy's a 4-yard run for a touchdown. It was 13-7. Eagles scoring on the PAT on top of that at the 1:22 mark of the second quarter. So it's 13-7. Carlsbad leading by 6. Didn't start the way the Eagles wanted to, but
definitely not.
Finally was their 4th drive, I believe, after having some issues prior to that. Hobbs offensively just wasn't getting the job done. A couple of punts, they fumbled, or no, punts, and then an interception
for the start,
and then a turnover on downs. So, basically 4 giveaways, however you want to define them, but not a great, or 3 for the first 3 series, and they had one after that. But still, it was not clean football offensively, and just really had hardly any offense going on. Now up to 186 yards, which is better than Carlsbad, although Carlsbad has more points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and again, Coach Stevens has been talking about this all season long. It's one of their Achilles' heels as far as they cannot start a game off right. In fact, actually, I think if only started off one game well enough that they were able to cruise after that. In fact, it just seems like it's just one of those situations where they cannot connect on the passes like they want to. They do run well, but they don't run often enough to where it seems like in certain games they try something different every time, and for whatever reason it doesn't seem to be working. So maybe, just keep with what you know. But for the most part, I know Brock Beatty both is hard on himself on his turnovers and his interceptions, but he also likes to air it deep, get those 40, 50, 60-yard passes, and if they're touchdowns, that's even better. If it goes to his brother or maybe to the French Connection or however it works out, whoever's out there and get it, maybe even Henry is out there, Gabriel Henry, he can get those as well. He's got a big body. He's hard to miss, and sometimes it's fun to watch him rumble down the field once he gets the ball. But either way, yeah, Brock has a lot of targets to get and also a lot of great runners. Just haven't been able to get any kind of momentum, and now with this weather delay, it's hopefully it won't cause any problems and cause them to have to get back on it and try to start again to get the momentum like they had it at the end of this before the lightning striking.
PA just announced that 10 o'clock will be the next new start time, again without any more lightning bolts coming down in the immediate area. So 10 o'clock, we're about 10 minutes away. We'll keep it here live just in case there's another update. But Mother Nature's making decisions on when to drop the lightning bolts, basically, so it's not something the referees and ADs and coaches are just coming up randomly with. People have been asking, does this game have to be played or can they just end it here? Yes, the game has to be played because it has playoff implications. If these two teams were at the bottom of the district and no chance at the playoffs, I think a whole different scenario would be at stake here. But Hobbs is looking for a playoff berth, number 10 in the state. 12 goes to the state, 12 teams. I think they're in regardless. I mean, that's just an opinion, but still it's important to them in terms of seeding. Carlsbad, losing this game tonight, definitely out, no questions about it. They're currently sitting at 14, so 2 slots out of the playoffs. I just saw another lightning bolt, by the way. Not a good situation there, but anyway, that's why we're having to play this game. Now, moving it to tomorrow, again, brings a lot of implications as well. Travel back for the Hobbs Eagles, having to go home and come back. There's possibility, a good chance of rain overnight, so that's going to make field conditions slippery as well. So lots of different issues on that front there. Like we mentioned last year, a team from pretty far distance had to stay over, but they had a field house to stay in, and they got the game going. But that was a district game too. So district games have a lot more impact on the schedule and on the playoffs, so they definitely have to clear those. And now not going to call the game at 13-7. It's too much in jeopardy here for one of these teams.
Exactly. And we've just been told, priority is one of those situations for these kind of district games. And just like we had, if that would have been happening for Roswell at the end of the season, not at the beginning of the season, it would have been a different story, and he wouldn't have had to have fought so hard to get that game played, whether it been that night or the next morning. But, yeah, everybody wants to see this game concluded tonight, even if it's at 1 o'clock in the morning, I think. And instead of trying to do it tomorrow, because the scheduling and everything else, just the logistics of that sometimes can be a pain. But, again, we've been told 10 minutes from now it should be starting with the 57 seconds to go. Second quarter will end. We'll get a 3-minute timeout for a moment, get that break, and then come back to third quarter action. So we won't have to worry too much about that as far as play, but we're just making sure that there's no more lightning strikes at that time.
We're going to also send it back to the station. I know our YouTube channel was set for a certain time there. We might have to add some time onto that due to a whole second half coming up. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in 3 minutes to see if we're hopefully going to keep the 10 o'clock start time. 13-7, Carlsbad over the Eagles of Hobbs, of course. 57 seconds left, second quarter. We'll play that here in just a few minutes live on Cool 95.7 on the radio, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and on your cell phone app of Cool 95.7.
All right, welcome everybody to Carlsbad as we are in the cave in Bowman Stadium. And this weather delay is just about to end, looks like, as the teams have come back out on the fields and everybody is in the stands, or at least everybody who stick around are in the stands. We are looking at a game that is 13-7, 57 seconds remaining in the first half, or the second quarter, however you want to say it. And then what's going to happen is this. We're going to play that 57 seconds. We're going to go into halftime. That'll be 3 minutes. And then once that is over with, we'll go into the third quarter. So hoping that we'll be able to play this game to the conclusion. So far, we are still, well, basically we're ending this weather delay, which is good because we haven't seen lightning strike in a little while. And we're hoping that that will continue to be the case. In fact, actually, the next time this area should be getting any kind of rain or any kind of bad weather is about 3 o'clock in the morning, and we're hoping we'll be long gone by then, definitely. But once again, 57 seconds remaining in the second quarter. We're going to go ahead and play that one out with Carlsbad leading 13-7, but they have their ball in their own end. And Hobbs is hoping to get one more chance to get a score and get this to be even or close to even, maybe even have a 1-point lead before we go into the halftime for that 3-minute kind of delay.
Of course, last year Eagles won the game against Carlsbad 35-12. Owen Callaway, the quarterback senior last year, passed for 171 yards. Saul Armendariz, leading rusher for Hobbs with 99. They got 121 on the ground. Not a lot of offense in that game for either team. Hobbs finishing up with 293 offense. And for Carlsbad with just 119 total. 104 for the passing game for Perez, who's back this year. And he also had 7 yards rushing for the team. Eloy Lopez actually ran the ball a few times for 29 yards. Castaneda, too. He caught 5 passes for 40. So a couple guys returning from last year's squad, but a kind of a lackluster game last year, but Hobbs won that one by 23 points.
Right.
Different situation right now with the 13-7 Carlsbad lead, but you kind of wonder, I think, we saw Carlsbad momentum, Hobbs momentum coming back in the second quarter, kind of midway to the late parts.
Yep.
Carlsbad football here at the end of the second quarter and kind of dropping off a little bit back at their own 14-yard line. Look like they're just going to kneel it down or let the clock run, which is probably what they're going to do here, and then have 2 more quarters. So I think this kind of deflates both teams, and they're going to have to try to pump themselves up for the second half because there's a lot on the line. We've mentioned this several times. The playoffs definitely in the prospects for the Eagles, a lot more powerful than what Carlsbad has at this point. It's got to be a win for Carlsbad. That's all there is to it, and they still might not make it.
Yeah, and here's the thing about it also is Carlsbad has had some time to think about what they can do in this with these 57 seconds. Third down is what they have. They do have 1 timeout. Hobbs does not have any more timeouts remaining, so that could be a factor as well as we get back into it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything crazy here. Again, 3rd and 6 from the 14, ready to go, ready for a shotgun for Perez. He's got trips right, no receivers left, and Hobbs gets the whole right side of the defensive line jumping off, and that's going to be a 5-yard penalty. That will not get a first down, though. It'll be 3rd and 1 now, so not way you want to start this 57 seconds that are here left in the second.
No, they do not, especially since all they have to do now is just fall forward to be able to first down, and then if they want to, they can run out the clock, or they can try something different.
3 penalties, total of 25 yards for the Eagles. It's now going to be 3rd and less than a yard to go from the 24, or make that the 19, excuse me. Looks like, do they call timeout here? They pointed towards Carlsbad's sideline. About 4 or 5 players are coming over there to talk to their coach. As the Whitecaps now looking, they're going to bring the chains in. 3rd time tonight we've seen a measurement. We haven't seen much of that at all this season, but 3 times here in the first half.
And, yeah, this one on a penalty, so kind of interesting to see them doing it now. Just a 5-yard walk-off. It should have been either or, but they're going to go ahead and check to see where the ball is.
I think it's short. It looks like there's some slack in the chain here,
yeah.
So it's going to be less than a yard to go. I could be wrong, though.
Well, let's see.
Oh, it's close. First down.
Yep.
So a 5-yard penalty converts for Carlsbad. Hobbs Eagles jumping that right side of the line. That's 7 first downs. That one a handkerchief aided one. But now Carlsbad has 4 downs. I think they're still going to let the clock run out here regardless. Nothing crazy. Probably more conservative pass calls here. They will send receiver left and right. And they'll have a 4-man in the backfield, which definitely means going to be a protection for the quarterback Perez. Takes a shotgun, runs up 1 yard, and puts his knee down. So I guess I was right on that one.
Yep.
Still going to be a loss behind the line. Looks like they'll drop it -2 for Perez.
And Hobbs can't stop the clock. Only one can is Carlsbad. Doesn't look like they're going to want to. So one more kneel down, and we're going to go into halftime. And then, of course, third quarter, which will be about 3 minutes after that.
In case you were just tuning in now, Hobbs down 13-7, 30 seconds left here in the second. We'll have a 3-minute halftime break right after this few seconds, and then we'll go back to third and fourth quarter action. Another shotgun again for Perez. He runs up a couple of yards that time.
Yep.
And that's going to be another 2 yards loss on the play. So Perez is going to go minus in the first half. He had 6 carries for -5, but more importantly, Carlsbad holds onto the football. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to go exactly 3 minutes as we run out the clock here in the first half. Carlsbad 13, your Hobbs Eagles 7. Hopefully 2 full quarters coming up with no lightning stops. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Football on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and on your cell phone on the Cool 95.7 app. Ready for second half action now. We ran out the 57 seconds in the second quarter. Carlsbad pretty much nailing it out there. And now we're ready for third and fourth quarter action. Hopefully avoiding the lightning delays like we did have for the last over an hour or so. As we get ready for teams out in the field, in case you're wondering, Hobbs wearing the white or road uniforms, black numbers, gold trim, black helmets, black pants. Carlsbad in the blue uniforms, white numbers, and gray silver / helmets. And it will be Carlsbad receiving here in the second half, which is a kind of a momentum booster for them, leading 13-7 over the Hobbs Eagles. Ty Friend, Ron Gunner with you here at the stadium. Tiffany Stuber back at the station. Kind of a nightcap game for you now. Probably going to get out of here after midnight sometime as we get ready for the Hobbs Eagle kickoff. And doing the honors, Fabian Astorga. He's going to keep it high in the air. And it's going to return from the 15 across the 20 up the middle of the 25. So about a 10-yard return for the Carlsbad Cavemen, as the return man who's limping after the play, hard pretty heavily there, even Leos, the wide receiver, He's having some trouble getting off the field, and not a way he wants to start the second half. Didn't get a lot of rain with that, whatever you want to call it, a storm, I guess, but a lot of lightning bolts coming around the stadium. That was why the game was delayed. Rain by itself will not do that unless they had some horrible flooding conditions like we saw in Roswell a few weeks ago.
Yeah, we just got spit on, basically. So the ground is looks like it's been just dirty, and that's it.
Oh, boy, that looks like a big penalty called against Carlsbad on that return. Did it go back? Looks like 10 yards to the 15. So a 10-yard penalty must have been a block in the back of some sort. So that's going to be against the Cavemen. They've had their third penalty now for 40 yards.
Seems like this is their worst field position of the game.
First and 10 from the 15. Carlsbad will send 2 to the left, 2 to the right receiving core. And Perez will be back with one man to block for him. Back at the 10-yard line. Still 13-7. Perez is going to whisper to his running back now. Waits for that snap on the shotgun. Brings a man in motion left to right. That is Lopez. And then going to the other direction, it looks like Perez, as he was trying to hand the football. I think he did get it finally off to his running back there. Brock Wright running from his right shoulder to his left side. But he's going to go down and lose about 4 yards on that one, close to 4. So that's Wright with his first negative of the game, 11 carries for 34 yards. They had 54 yards at halftime on the ground, 87 in the air for 141. Hobbs was 98 run, 88 air for 186. So Hobbs up by 45 in terms of the yardage. But
Jeremiah Mackey was the one that got that tackle.
Trips right, receiver left. Ready for Perez on the shotgun on a second down and 13. Handoff on the angle right, heading up the gut now to the 15 across to the 16. About 5-yard pickup. As getting the carry on that one, I believe it was Gonzalez. Correction, no, that's Wright. It's about 3 yards for Wright. He's got 12 carries for, looks like 37 now. Big play here, 3rd down and 8 from the 17.
It's almost like deja vu a moment ago.
Carlsbad in the middle of the field. Yeah, exactly. That was their possession in that second quarter just seconds ago. 4 on the front line. I'll make it 5 for the Eagles. Split formation backfield, twins right, receiver left, back to pass Perez, 5-step drop, dumps to the line of scrimmage, caught at the 20 and brought down at the 21. Very short gain on that play, about 3 yards. He's kind of waiting to hiding a camouflage at the line of scrimmage for the connection there. And the man that come up with the catch for Carlsbad, Ian Sandoval. And Sandoval with his first catch of the game for 3 yards. Carlsbad now is 9 for 14 in the passing game. And for 144 total yards, 90 in the passing department. Punt situation on a 4th down and 4. Trips left, receiver right, and back to punt at the 6-yard line for the Cavemen. Flag's going to come in and possibly delay a game here, I'm thinking. Still waiting for the signal from the official. It's got a line judge coming over there to talk to the Whitecap official.
Looks like it's me. Delay a game, all right.
Usually when there's a flag deep in the backfield with the Whitecap, that's usually the delay. Or if there's any type of movement in the backfield. Oh, they're going to go with the procedure call. There is no delay on that one. Just a 5-yard penalty regardless, though, against Carlsbad. Right. They've already picked up 2 penalties here in the second half and a total of 45 yards on those 4.
Hobbs going to be possibly getting a good field position and then get this caught for the punt.
Punter's back at about the 2-yard line. Eagles going to send a big rush at him, one guy, but it's going to be kicked away. Going to take a drop to the 50. Caught by the Eagles coming across the 50-yard line to the 49. Good hands on the football that time. Good concentration for Adrian Moore to come up with that catch. Kind of a dangerous one out there. It's been a little wet out there. Not too much, though.
Right.
But to concentrate on that and all that weight we've had with the delays and all that, kind of put some pressure on you. 2-yard return for Mora, but does get into Carlsbad territory at the 49, but caught that in traffic. Very dangerous.
Yeah, broke the first tackle, but wasn't able to get the second one. But, yeah, you're right. Had to get that one catch on the run and was able to, but couldn't get too much after that.
Second punt of the game for Carlsbad. Eagles 1st and 10 from the Carlsbad 49. Trips right on the short side, right. They go the handoff to Kennedy. It's kind of a strip on himself in the backfield. Might have been some slick turf, headed left. It came across the 50. Might have got back to line of scrimmage, but that little slip in the backfield kind of cost him. They're going to give him 4 progress, about 1 yard on that one.
Maybe even 2, depending on how they got that one. But, yeah. Definitely could have done better, but did get some positive yardage out of it.
Kennedy, they give him 2, not 8 carries for 37 yards. Second down and 8 now for the Eagles at the 47 of Carlsbad. In their territory, middle of the field, right in the thick of the Big C logo for the Cavemen. Shamus Wright going to go to the right shoulder, now switch back to left shoulder. Abady is quarterback in the shotgun. Bring a man in motion left to right. That is Kennedy. Handoff No fake. Going the other way is the quarterback, Beatty. Faked it to the right to his two running backs and headed to the left, kind of a zigzag motion. And he goes ahead for 3 yards on that near that left hash. So that's Beatty's 10th carry for 61 total. Eagles going to be short by about 3.5 yards. And again at the 43.5-yard line of Carlsbad, middle of the field.
Yeah, third and third. And Brock is just willing to go ahead and take it on his legs and be able to make those first downs as much as he can.
Twins on both sides of the receiving core. Shotgun for Beatty. He's going to go out, two-step drop at the 50. He's going to throw the fade to the near right sideline over the shoulder. Caught at the waist and back pedals to the 20-yard line. Big catch for Justice French.
They made that French connection look pretty easy, too. Once again, he has to turn around and be able to do that while on the run and with the defender on him, and he makes it look pretty easy, and that's a nice first down, too.
22-yard pickup. That's third catch now for 97 yards, just shy of the century mark for Mr. French with those 3 catches so far. Eagles are now 6 of 9 in the passing game. Shotgun, and it's going to be a handoff around the right end. Chugging hard across the 15 and thrown down at the 13-yard line. That's going to be Seamus Wright. 7-yard pickup for Seamus. His third carry for 12 yards. That, by the way, back to the catch by French. That was the 11th first down for the Eagles. Now facing a 2nd down and 2 at the 13-yard line of the Cayman on the right hash.
And we were hoping that the momentum would be continuing with the Hobbs Eagles. So far, looks like the yards are getting down the field pretty quickly.
13-7 Carlsbad, 7:55 remaining third quarter. 2nd down and 3. Shotgun, hand to the right to right, angle to the right side, 15, and slides out of bounds. Looked like he was heading home at the home plate there and took out the marker, the 10-yard marker. Should have enough for the first down.
Looks like it's going to be very close, and he should be on the other side of that first down marker.
Yeah, the marker's at the 10-yard line, and he was very close. The slide is where the question is, did his hip go down out of bounds? You can see Hobbs' coaching staff quite a few of the guys out on the field, the coaching staff right now, to make sure what the call is.
And we've already got a player coming out
flag.
because of a
There's a flag on the far left sideline late. I hope nobody was yelling at the referee, because that kind of looks like what might have been the place where that flag would have been thrown for that. That should have been a 3-yard pickup. But if they're going to get, unsportsmanlike conduct, Eagles, exactly what I was thinking happened there, and it's not a good situation. They would have probably been close to another measurement.
Right.
So 3-yard pickup for Wright, but this is going to be a 15-yarder tacked backwards. So Hobbs is going to pick up the penalty. They're 4th of the game, first in the second half for 40 total yards.
But I don't see anybody moving back, and they're at 3rd and short.
Yeah, what happened to the head linesman had a flag down on that far sideline. What the heck was that all about? Did they wave it off? 3rd and short at the 11-yard line. Shotgun for Beatty, so erase the 15-yard penalty. Back to pass, 3-step drop, stepping up pocket. Beatty heads left to the 10, back to the middle, 5. Puts his head down and throws forward. Looked like he had his helmet ripped off almost. He was able to keep it on his head there. And that's going to be, looks like an 8-yard pickup for Beatty. He's got 2 carries for 11 yards here in the second half and 69 overall on 11 carries. And that'll be a first down, the 12th of the game. Eagles inside the 5-yard line at the 4. Near the middle of the field, and trying to get in the lead in this game with 7 points. That would give them 14-13, but right now they need to get in the end zone.
Absolutely. It looks like they're doing a pretty good job so far.
A little Rambo look in the backfield. Shotgun goes back to Beatty. Quick handoff to the right side. Cut back to the middle, and there goes Martin Kennedy. Grabs into one defender at the goal line and rambles in for the touchdown. That's going to be a 3-yarder for Kennedy, the right side goal line, and scores.
Untouched and standing up.
Boy, nice block ahead, too, from the right side line. Kyler Pickering, 6'4", 285. He comes up a little late off the ground, got kind of crumpled up, but he blocked for his quarterback to get the score. So a 3-yard touchdown on that one. Eagles going to tie it up at 13. Big PAT coming here for Hobbs as we await the kick of Taylor. It is up, and it is very importantly good. Hobbs takes the lead for the first time in this game, 14-13. 7:01 left in the third. Your Eagles over the Carlsbad Cayman. Come back to more regular district season football on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube in 30 seconds. Welcome back to Carlsbad. Your Hobbs Eagles are the first lead of the game, third quarter, 14-13. And misspoke on that one. That was Kennedy with the 3-yard run. Probably said it right the first time and then went back and said the quarterback. But 14-13 your score as the Hobbs Eagles take the 1-point lead. The kickoff going to go deep to the 10 on the near left side. Caught on the run and up the field to the 20. Put on the brakes as Leos tries to cut it back again to the middle and is put down at the 24-yard line. Eagles get down low on him that time, and coming up underneath for Hobbs, going towards the knees and lower, was Aiden Gloom, the linebacker. So Hobbs getting that 1-point lead, very important for the Eagles, Ron.
It is, too, and we were talking about the fact of momentum. It looked like that Hobbs had it at the end of that second quarter. We got that long weather delay, and we were wondering if it was going to affect anybody. So far, Hobbs has come out here, and it doesn't seem to be affecting them at all. Now we're going to see if Carlsbad is going to feel the same way.
Kennedy has the only 2 touchdowns for the Eagles, both rushing for 4 in the first half and for 3 here in the second. 1st and 10 for Carlsbad at their own 24, down by 1. Split formation backfield, twins right, receiver 1 to the left. Give the head to the left tailback. He tries to head right, comes up the middle with it now across the 25 and just barely falls forward for maybe a yard. A lot more lateral right running than he did up the middle on that one. He barely gets 2, it looks like, give him a little bit of a cushion on that. And coming up on the defensive end for the Hobbs Eagles on the left side of the line was the big man, Mike Meredith.
Yeah, that's the one way to do a hard 2. You run the wrong way and try to look like he was running for a long time, but just got 2 yards.
Right now has a total of 39 yards on the ground as right on 13 carries. 2nd down and 8 from the 26.5. Shotgun again. Same formation up the middle, handoff 30, 35, 40, heading outside to the 45, breaks a tackle 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, far sideline, run out of bounds at the 25. Big time pickup on that one.
Yeah, and that will wake up the Cavemen definitely with that huge gain and just got run out of bounds. Otherwise, could have been a lot further.
That's Sandoval for 34 yards unofficially there, and that'll be the 8th first down for Carlsbad. Into Hobbs territory at the 25, so Carlsbad going tit for tat as the Eagles just scored, and the Cayman want that lead back.
Exactly. They want to answer quickly, and that is one way to do it.
So ball at the 25-yard line. Shotgun, split formation backfield, twins right, receiver left. Give the handoff again and put his head down up the gap. Up the middle with Sandoval. Not going to get as much as he's done that last one. Barely a yard on the play. Eagles got low. Front guys coming up hard. The linebackers helping from behind, especially coming up was Tristan Davis, the linebacker, of course. 1-yard pickup for Sandoval. He's got 6 carries now for 54 yards. 35 here in the second half.
Exactly, especially off that 1 carry. So doing very well on that one. And we're just about 5:30 into this in the third quarter. And looks like the Cavemen just really want to get back into this game. And they're doing a great job doing it so far.
Correction on that run by Sandoval, 49-yarder. Now it's 50 total for him in the second half, 69 overall. 2nd down and 9 for Carlsbad at the 24. Twins left, receiver right. Split formation backfield again. Back to the quarterback, Perez. Fakes the handoff, rolls left, wants to throw. His pass is blocked in the backfield. He was trying to throw a little dump out to the left flat, and to getting a hand on it, the Hobbs Eagles getting in there quickly. That included Benton Lee as he swatted the football. And that will be incomplete for Carlsbad.
And Benton Lee last week got a nice interception in the game along with Castras, and I believe it was also 4 for Hobbs.
Carlsbad 9 of 15
Mora.
in the passing game. They've only completed 1 pass in this second half, a 3-yarder to Sandoval, but he ran that big 49-yard rush here just minutes ago.
Yeah, only 1 interception so far, and Hobbs has unfortunately suffered that one.
Trips left, receiver right. 3rd down and 9 from the 24 for Carlsbad in Hobbs territory. Back to pass, Perez out of the shotgun. Throws the comeback route and caught at the 20. That'll be a 4-yard pickup. And good job of coming back with his hands towards the football, coming back towards his quarterback that time. That was Richard Hernandez. So he gets 4 on that one. 5 catches for 28 yards, 10 receptions out of 16 attempts for Carlsbad.
And it looks like they're going to go for it on 4th down, and no doubt about that. We've seen this before where they were in field goal position, but they tried it and were very short on that one. So definitely going to try to get the first down or maybe even more.
Gave him 6 on that one for Hernandez. 4th down and 3 now at the 18-yard line of the Eagles. Twins left and right. Perez gets the shotgun, 2-step drop, turns and dumps it down the middle of the field. Caught at the 12, a short one. That'll be enough for the first down, though.
Yeah, looked like about 5 yards.
Yeah, maybe 6 on the extension that time, and coming from the backfield up to the middle of the field for the catch was Hernandez. So he gets 6 again, 6 catches for 36 yards. They're now 11 of 17 in the passing game. Their 9th first down. Now the huddle for the Cavemen at the Hobbs Eagle 12-yard line, middle of the field. 4:08 remaining in the third. Hobbs up 14-13, their first lead of the game. They were down 13-0 early in the contest, scored in the second, and had a very close ball game at the half before the big delays happened. Shotgun, Perez going to hand off to the left tailback, split to the right side of the 10, heading sideline 5, to this pylon. Does he clear it?
Yep.
Yes, he does. Touchdown. That's going to be a 12-yarder into the end zone. And that was a handoff from left to right as Ian Sandoval is the one with the 12-yarder pickup for the score, his first of the ball game. And now a re-lead for Carlsbad, 19-14, pinning the P18. Now they missed one earlier. You almost would think they might go for 2 here because they don't want to have that odd number. They'd rather have a 7-point lead instead of a 5. And a 6 would make it, you still could win a ball game by getting the extra point if Hobbs was coming close to the end of the game or something. So
True.
looks like they're going to bring their offense back on the field to try this 2-point. And they're going to go with that split once again. No, they're going to go with the triple I formation. Give it to the back tailback. No, it's a fake. The ball was thrown to the end zone, intercepted, but they're going to have to stop the play here. You can't run it back in high school football. Boy,
Right.
What a great fake on the I formation, triple I formation. Ball was thrown to the right side of the goal line, right of the end zone, and ball was picked off. Don't have my binoculars to check the number. There they are, but interception for the Hobbs Eagles. Benton Lee, who we just talked about seconds ago. Thank you, Jason Farmer over there. Benton Lee, the man that picks off. You just mentioned about an INT he had just a second ago.
Exactly, yeah. So I was hoping they would get that interception, even though it doesn't count, simply because it was a 2-point conversion. But very nice, though, was able to stop that. So not a tie game, but now 19-14, and Hobbs just down by 5.
So Sandoval scoring for Carlsbad. And we got a 5-point lead, as you mentioned. 3:49 as Carlsbad in the lead here at the home. This third quarter is starting to move quickly to make up for all that lightning delay we were dealing with earlier.
Exactly. They don't want to get another lightning problem here, so they're going to try to get this one over with as quickly as possible because both sides still want to get this victory, and they need it pretty badly.
Carlsbad in their huddle, getting ready for the kickoff here. Again, 19-14. Cavemen lead by 5 with 3:49 remaining in the third. Last game of the regular season, both teams wanting to get to the playoffs. Here comes the kick from the Cavemen. That is Amanis, and it's going to go into the end zone for the automatic touchback. Eagles have not had a return, I don't think, in this game so far. And
nope.
Ananis has been the guy that's been kicking for the Cavemen. So Hobbs football, they did score on their possession here in the third. Of course, that finishing up with the Kennedy 3-yard run for a touchdown to make it 14-13, but Carlsbad responds quickly, a 12-yard run for Sandoval, again with the lead now.
Exactly, and so we're going to see again what the defense is going to do for Carlsbad and definitely what the offense is going to do for the Hobbs Eagles.
Right now, Beatty is the leader in rushing with 69 yards and 11 carries, 40 yards for Kennedy, and 15 for Wright. Of course, French has a total of 97 in pass reception so far, 13 for Rodriguez, 4 for Beatty. First and 10 from the 20. And to go with the option to the left, but it's a bad pitch in the backfield. Back deep to Kennedy, who had to come up on it at the 11-yard line. Who has the possession? Waiting to see. It's going to be a major loss if Hobbs comes back up with it. About a 9-yard loss. Long delay on that pitch backwards, and I don't think Kennedy thought it was going to come to him. He thought possibly that his quarterback was going to take it himself. Kennedy came up. I think he hit his arm on the ground there, the elbow, right elbow. Kind of shaking it off right now. That's going to be an 8-yard loss for the Eagles off that messed up option.
Yeah, exactly. And the option was they were going to try to see if they could fool somebody. There could have been even a throw afterwards, but nevertheless didn't get that far into the play.
Loss of 8, second down and 18. They're backing up to the 10-yard line. Shotgun to Beatty. Fakes the handoff, throws it to the left flat, caught at the 10. Brought out to the 15-yard line. Looks like about a 4-yard pickup. Depends on where they say his hip went down hard. On that far left sideline for the Hobbs Eagle bench.
It sounds like then a 10-yard pickup because they had a lot of – no, actually, no, it was about a 4-yard.
Yeah, that was 4 for Amarian Kennedy. As Kennedy gets his first catch of the ball game off the screen. Eagles now 7 of 10 in the passing game.
Yeah, they wanted to get a lot of yards on that one, but they didn't get very much. In fact, I was hoping they'd even get back to the line of scrimmage, Didn't even do that.
Eagles over the 200-yard mark on offense so far now with that play. 3rd down and 4. They have it at their own 16. Shotgun back to Beatty. Dancing in the pocket. Throws the fade route to the far left sideline, but 10 yards passes intended receiver up that left side in front of the Hobbs bench. That was intended for Austin Chevrier. Might have got caught in cornerback traffic over there, and unfortunately sails over his head, incomplete. So Hobbs in that punt situation. Both teams starting off pretty electric on the offense, but now Eagles kind of bogged on that one. 4th and 14 from their 16. Definitely going to be a punt here.
Yeah, it looked like they tried something different. We've been talking about that too, the fact that they've been trying something different in the beginning of the game. They tried something there, it didn't work out, and now they're deep in their own territory and have to kick out.
I do not think that's Beatty. Yeah, it is Beatty. He's back at the 2-yard line to punt. Typical punter for the Eagles. They bring a man in motion right to left. That's Seamus Wright. Good snap, kick from the 5-yard line, and it's a sidewinder. Going to take a big bounce at the 48 of Carlsbad. Carlsbad almost touched it, very close to getting the hand of Rio Sanchez, kind of ran around it, and the Eagles covered up, though. Hobbs getting the touch first to stop the ball. That was Sammy Baeza, the linebacker. Carlsbad kept in their territory, but very, very close to midfield at their own 49. But they got a little momentum, Ron. They scored on their last possession, caused the Eagles to punt, and now they're getting close to getting into Hobbs territory.
Exactly, but we've seen momentum switch on just a dime or on one play, and if we get a pick six or maybe even just an interception, that could also favor Hobbs. But Carlsbad, of course, coming out here and going to see what they can do to move the ball down the field again.
For the Eagles, that was their 3rd punt of the contest. Carlsbad 1st and 10 from their own 49. They lead Hobbs 19-14, 2:37 left here in the 3rd. Twins right, left receiver 1 as well. Shotgun for Perez. Going to go with a little counter action, gives it the gut right side through the 2-hole as he comes up the right hash. About a 4 or 5 yard pickup. Is Wright going to make that one? Wright, the running back. He's got 20 yards on 5 carries. Kind of a quiet night for him. He's one of their better running backs on the season as he came into this contest with 562 yards, best on the team, but a quiet night for him. Actually, right now, he has 39 yards in the game, so he is a leading rusher, but he wasn't the first half. Sandoval had that big 49-yarder earlier in the 3rd, though, to overtake him. Twins left and right, 2nd down and 8. I was looking at the wrong right there for a second. Seamus Wright. Bad snap, gets past Perez, back behind the 40. He's just going to throw it out of bounds and try to escape a sack back at the 35. He had a big chase on him, but the fumble, bad snap, was what caused it. Now the official's going to throw the flag for intentional grounding, I believe. Had a chase coming from him on the left side by Sammy Baeza. They're going to make the decision on the intentional grounding, whether or not he was out of the pocket and whether or not he got the ball past the line of scrimmage. I think that was the problem. The ball was short of the line of scrimmage, which is part of the non-intentional grounding overlook, but that's what they have to look at. Was he out of the pocket? And number 2, did the ball cross the line of scrimmage? I think the part B is not going to be the one
comes
they
the
got.
call right here.
Yep, intentional grounding is the call. That'll be a loss of down, too.
Right.
So
and 10 yards back.
They back it up to the 32. Now, I'm not sure why. Oh, they're marking
no,
it
it's
from
where it happened.
Yeah, where
the
happened.
offense
You're
happened.
right. 32-yard line is where it goes.
So that'll be 3rd and very long for the Cavemen.
5-yard penalty, incomplete pass, loss of down, which just adds more insult to injury there.
24 to be exact.
So 3rd and 24 from the 32-yard line. So that sack was almost as bad as the mark off with the penalty there. He might have just tried to chuck it straight down the field instead of to the sideline. Trips left, receiver right, back to pass Perez. He's going to step up, pocket, rolls left, and runs. 30, 35, near left sideline. Stutter steps in the last second, then tries to take on one more player for the Eagles, but not going to get past him. He's going to get about 5 yards, but he had one more man to take on head-to-head and did not win the battle on that one against Gustavo Diaz-Castro. 5-yard pickup for Perez. He's got now positive yardage, 7 carries for just 2 yards, not really dominating in the run game, but 4th down situation. Now we're getting back to the offensive lulls for both teams. Exciting start to the 3rd. Now getting back to the nitty-gritty stuff here, back and forth. High snap to the punt, and the kick is going from the 25-yard line, kicked by Sandoval. Ball's going to get fair caught by the Eagles in traffic at the 26 right hash. Good job of concentration by Adrian Mora, and he's been pretty stellar on those returns. He hasn't been running them back hard, but good sure hands to make sure they have contact and control the football.
Yeah, exactly, and Hobbs needed to get that controlled. One of the last times they had a punt go wrong, it went all the way down to the 1-yard line, and forced the Eagles to be able to get the offense to run quicker and more efficient. Right now, though, they don't have to worry as much, but they do have a minute left in this quarter, so it went rather fast, even though there was that long delay.
3 punts for Carlsbad and 3 for the Eagles, so even in that category. But Carlsbad leads 19-14, 1:01 remaining in the third. You're wondering why this is so late tonight. Lots of lightning delays. Twins left, Twins right on the receiving core. Back to shotgun at the 21 is Beatty. Hands the football off the middle, zigzagging inside and going across the 30. That's Kennedy. He's going to get 4 for the Eagles. Clock's going to be a teeny run, maybe one more play before the end of this third quarter, as Kennedy now has his 11th rush of the ball game for 36 yards. And they look to the sideline for the play call to the Eagles. They definitely going to have to get one more play off here. 2nd down and 6 now from the 31 of their own. Trips left, receiver right, shotgun to Beatty. Delay, handed off again, handing to the left side around the 30, 35, 40. Here goes Kennedy, 45, 50, and tiptoes out at the 49 for the first down.
And he ran it out of bounds, so it is stops the clock.
See where they're going to mark this out at. Looked like it was going to be 23, but I don't think they're going to give him all that. Nope, they're going to bring it back to about 20 yards on that for Kennedy. But he will move the chains for the Eagles regardless. That's his biggest rush of the night. 13 first downs for Hobbs.
And actually,
Whoa,
no.
we're coming back.
We are coming back.
10-yard penalty on the holding. Boy, that was a late flag, too. Let's see where it was at. Oh, in the back, near the line of scrimmage, maybe a couple yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep, 29-yard line.
So erase that 20-yard pickup for Kennedy. All for naught. You can just start to see his Pistons getting ready to turn into a victory here if you can continue to have him get around the outsides.
I know.
10-yard penalty for Hobbs. That'll be their 4th of the ball game, 35 yards in penalties so far.
Hoping to see that Kennedy could break out another one like he did last week with 70 yards. A 50-yarder would be fine as well, but either way, trying to see if he can get back on the horse again, and so far that time he did well, but the penalty brings it all back.
Wait a second. Personal foul, face mask, Eagles. Was that a second penalty they called? They can't mark off both of them because it was a live ball call, but
right. Well, looks like.
So they took the 15-yarder. Maybe there was 2 penalties there. I don't think they could have had a face mask in the backfield. I don't know what the purpose of that would have been, but so 15-yarder is the one they're going to take. If there was 2 calls there, actually, that was what it looked like it was. 30 yards in penalties, or 40 yards, I should say, on 4 penalties so far. So that brings it back to the 18-yard line. 2nd down and 20 now from the 17, actually. 13 seconds left and ticking in the third. Fake the handoff. Here comes up the middle. Beatty to the 20. Gets saddled and thrown down to the 26. So he's going to get, looks like, 9 yards for the ending of the second quarter. So Beatty now with 78 yards on 12 carries. That will end the third quarter. Hobbs will be facing a 3rd and 10 when we come back in the fourth. The Eagles trailing Carlsbad 19-14. Playoffs on the line for both teams. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle football on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and on the Cool 95.7 app on your cell phone. Third down and 10 for the Eagles at their own 26 here in the fourth quarter. Back to pass, Beatty out of the shotgun. He's going to fire down the middle. Post route, caught by French at the 50, 45, 40, and actually brought down at the 42-yard line. Big time pickup for Justice French in motion there.
That was a perfectly played throw, too, and definitely on route. Nobody around him, too, and he definitely got that easily for a first down.
Looks like they're giving him 31 on that one for Justice French to move the chains for the Eagles.
Hobbs
be
needed some hot momentum.
14th first down of the ball game. That's her 8th reception on 12 attempts. Back to pass Beatty, first and 10 for the 42. Dumps it to the line of scrimmage, and heading up the left hash is Amarian Kennedy. And looks like he might have gotten about 8 yards on that one. Gets out to the 35, and they'll give him 8. That's right. Kennedy just waited out, kind of camouflage on the line of scrimmage that time, and got the dump from his quarterback Beatty. So
8 for 8, yep.
8 for Kennedy on that one. That'll be his second catch for 12 yards just in the second half alone. Both of them coming in this second half. Second down and 2 now from the 35.
And it was a nice grab on the run, too.
Eagles down by 5, 11 minutes remaining. Shotgun Beatty, twins left and right. He wants to throw. He's going to fade over the shoulder, right sideline, and French tries to pull it down. He does, but is he out of bounds? No, they're going to call it a catch at the 5-yard line.
Yes, they did.
Unbelievable.
I know. I thought he was out of bounds, but apparently he got his feet in.
30-yard catch for French over the shoulder to the far right sideline near the Hobbs Eagle bench. He must have done some toe tapping there for the 30-yard catch.
Yeah, definitely drug a foot or two on that one, but either way, got it in, and nice completion. First down, first and goal, actually.
So he's got 83 yards in receptions in the second half and 153 overall on 5 catches. Big-time plays for French. All 5 of his catches tonight for double digits, all over the 20-plus yardage mark as well. Eagles have 4 in the backfield. He'll have the football off. Beatty to his tailback and scrambling right through the hole for the score is Amarian Kennedy. Just a pinball through the gaps that he could find and rambles in for the 5-yard score. Eagles back up on top.
He was grabbed by everybody. They tried to slow him down. He just kept going forward and one step at a time right into the end zone for that nice score. Touchdown, Eagles.
41 yards on the ground for Kennedy. That is his 3rd touchdown of the contest. And a big PAT coming for the Eagles off the foot of Jaden Taylor right now. Long delay on the snap here. Eagles taking some time. Good snap. Kick is up. And the kick is inside the left upright. Good. 10:48 left, 3rd quarter. Eagles up by 2 now. 21-19 over Carlsbad, the home team. We'll take a 30-second break and come back with this late night Hobbs Eagle game live on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Welcome back to Ralph Bower Stadium, otherwise known as the Cave, and we just got a nice score for the Eagles, and they also grabbed the lead, 21-19, and Cavemen getting the ball back here, and for the call, of course, you got it with Ty Friend.
First half, 2 touchdowns for Carlsbad, 1 for Hobbs. Second half, Hobbs 2 touchdowns, 1 for Carlsbad, thus the 2-point Eagle lead, 21-19. 10:48 left here in the 4th. After a bunch of lightning delays, Hobbs is back in the mode. Kickoff coming from the Eagles, and that's Fabian Astorga, and it's going to go into the end zone about halfway through and rolls out the back for the automatic touchback. Caveman just moved up and said, let it go. Definitely going to be a game of do not cough up the football either direction. Any type of turnover could cost a team, and it's too close of a game. PATs are paramount as well.
Exactly. So, yeah, play clean ball. And the other thing, of course, try to reduce those penalties. And both sides have been doing a pretty good job so far. But any kind of penalty at all, and that could be the result of a win for the other team.
Carlsbad football at their 20-yard line, middle of the field, 1st and 10. 10:48 left, 4th quarter, 21-19 Hobbs. Got 4 guys in the backfield, split up top, and then a single tailback behind the QB. Perez fakes the handoff, and now gives it up anyway, crossing left from the right tail fullback. And he's going to get a couple yards ahead. Not much there on that one. Hobbs closing the gaps quickly. As the man with the football was Wright. Wright's going to get 2 yards. He's got 41 yards on the ground so far, 14 carries.
Yeah, Jeremiah Mackey, the junior, brought him down single-handedly and stopped him from getting any kind of momentum. Got 3 yards, though.
Yep, go ahead and give him 3 instead of 2 on that one. So third, make it 2nd and 7 from the own 23 of the Cavemen. They trail by 2 to Hobbs. Eagles have 4 on the front D-line. Twins right, receiver left for Carlsbad. Shotgun to Perez. Handoff quickly to the right side. Not getting much of an opening there. Going down on the right hash, shy of the 25 to the 24. About a yard pickup, and that's about it on that one. and getting scraped off the ground after being submerged was Wright. 1 yard gain on the play. He now has a total of 43.
Yeah, the line was all over him. Just didn't go anywhere at all. Tried to get to his right, but again, nothing but linebackers over there, and Hobbs brought him down quickly.
Again, going to be 3rd down and 6 from the 24 on the right hash in front of the Carlsbad bench. Cayman going left to right on the radial dial here in the 4th quarter.
Taking their time.
Yep, coming out of the huddle slowly on that one, and now we got a bunch of guys in the backfield. They're going to move some of them out to the right to a trips right, receiver left. Now like I said, another receiver left for Twins over there. And a shotgun to Prez by himself. 2-step drop, 3 back to the 15. Throws the quick out to the 20. Outside of the 25, extended to the 30, and tiptoes out of bounds on a 10-yard pickup. Close to the first down, probably got it to the 30-yard line was Castaneda. Little dump pass off to the left flat area, kind of a little quick out. So Castaneda gets at least 10, or maybe no, they said he stepped out at 9. Will be shy by a yard for the 4th down. Big miss on the first down on that one.
But that does put it 4th and short, so if they want to go for it, they have the opportunity to just fall forward and be able to get that first down. At least that is what you think they would be doing.
Carlsbad is 12 of 20 in the passing game. The 4th down and short, less than a yard to go. They're at the 28 or 29. Need to make it to about the 30. Exactly, actually, on the 30. Carlsbad is going to send a punt unit into the game. Coach waited just a second there as trying to make a decision. It was probably too far back to give up on downs or something, not making it. So Coach Sanders sends in that punt unit. And so Hobbs will have a possession, but it'd be nice to get some more points on the scoreboard to extend their lead. Up by 2 are the Eagles. The punt's coming from the 17-yard line. It's going to be a bounce at the Eagle 35. Takes a big Carlsbad roll. They got a couple of those in this game. Past the 15. Continues down to about the 13-yard line. Tapped dead. And the Eagles just said, nope, we're not going to chase that one down, as it's brought to a stop for the Carlsbad Cayman by Rev Valenzuela. So Hobbs not with the worst field position in America, but don't have great either. They're back at the 11 to make it the 12-yard line. But they got to be good on the first downs here. I mean, they can't just accept a 4th and punt because Carlsbad's only 2 points shy right now.
Exactly. Want to get some more insurance points is what the Eagles would like to do. Of course, they'd also like to get a better victory so that way they got a better chance of having a playoff seed other than maybe 10, maybe go up to 8 if they possibly could.
Carlsbad with their 4th punt of the ball game. They're just looking for a playoff spot, period, are the Cavemen, currently ranked 14th in the Max Preps Bowl. A win tonight would get them to 500 and maybe give them a shot maybe at the number 12 seed with a couple of teams ahead of them. Not great squads, West Mesa, for example, and a couple other ones such as Piedra Vista, Sandia, etc. Handoff on the left side is going to be dropped hard in the backfield. Not much going there. That was the first carry for Gonzalez, trying to head out left. His first attempt at a carry in this game. He's going to lose at least a yard, maybe closer to 2.
Yeah, definitely did. Just could not get any momentum. As soon as he got the ball, there was defenders all over him. So it was a hopeless try.
8:33 and counting. 21-19 Eagles by 2 over Carlsbad in the 4th. Team looking at the sidelines for the play call. Remember, the assistant coach for Hobbs is definitely a Carlsbad resume man. He used to coach here. Mr. Coach Robinson. 2nd down and 12 now from the 10. Shotgun. And now they got a flag fly. I think there's some movement in the backfield.
Yep.
As Beatty got the shotgun snap, little wildcat look there. Quick, kind of a closer shotgun than normal. Gonna have a false start. Eagles, 5-yard penalty for them.
And that was probably going to be on Kennedy.
That's going to be the 5th penalty of the ball game for 45 yards total. So that'll back them up, and that's exactly what you don't want to have happen on this drive. Eagles with a slim 2-point lead. You're backing up towards your own goal line, and Carlsbad's more than likely getting another possession here pretty quickly. So we definitely got to get this first down to keep a chance to move down the field here.
Exactly. We've seen Hobbs in this situation before. They've been able to get out of it, but this time around, they've got to work against the Carlsbad Cavemen. 2nd
down and 17 from the 5-yard line of the Eagles. Beatty will be back at his goal line for the shotgun. Has a couple guys back with him, staggered eye. 3-step drop, middle of the end zone. He's going to fire down the middle of the post route. A high one to his brother, but over the top of the 25 and misses his top of his fingertips. Boy, Beatty got sandwiched. Braddock Beatty sandwiched between 2 defenders on the deep secondary at the 25-yard line. Kind of lofted up high in the air that time as the 2 defenders back deep. Even Leos and Eloy Lopez, who both played receiver on offense, playing deep safety looks on that one.
And would have had enough for a first down. Wouldn't have gotten much more than that. Was, like you said, he was sandwiched by 2 players, but still, first down would have been, but instead 3rd down now.
3rd and 17, a deep play here from the 5-yard line. Carlsbad definitely going to be looking for some pass protection here. Twins right, one receiver left. Now Twins make it trips right. They send another man over there. 3-step drop for Beatty in the middle of the end zone. He's going to fire the fade route. Far right sideline. Off the back shoulder pad of Justice French. He was at the own 45 of the Eagles. Went to his outside shoulder pad. He turned to the inside and bounced off the back of him. He was open about 7 yards ahead of his deep defenders back there at the 45, but up the right hash and just waiting for it. Unfortunately, the ball, maybe the wind got a little bit of it, incomplete, but he would have been gone. That would have been a 95-yard pass play off the catch and run, but boy,
flag.
We got a flag anyway, but still, they might just decline an incomplete pass. If it's against the Eagles, there's no reason to take it unless it was on the snap.
Right. No, actually looks like they moved it further back.
I guess Carlsbad wants better. Carlsbad must want better field position if this comes to a punt. That's the only thing I could think of, because otherwise you just decline the penalty and it'd be a 4th down.
No, I think they did. They just haven't changed the marker yet. So it looks like it's 4th and long, 17. At the should be at the 3. No, it's back to the 5 now.
The play marker says 3rd down though. They haven't changed that yet.
Right.
If they marked off yardage, they have to repeat the down. That's 3rd, but I don't understand if it's against the Eagles why they wouldn't decline the penalty.
No, they did. They did. They declined the penalty.
Why did they back it up then?
No, they didn't. They put it back to the 5. So, yeah. So it was one of those situations where they thought they were going to go half the distance. Instead, they said, no, we don't want to take it. Decline it instead. So we're going to go 4th down for the Eagles.
Yeah,
now they're in a punt situation.
Well, they made it into a 3rd down situation. I guess there was a miscommunication because they definitely want the punt here. Decline the penalty, whatever it was. 4th down now, but no way for a fake here. 4th and 17 from the 5. As back deep in the end zone is Beatty, about 1 yard away from the back line. Going to have to be a very good snap here. Not over the top of his head would be a safety.
And it would tie the game.
Claps his hands. He's going to punt middle of the end zone. And an end over end, going to take a great Eagle bounce. It's going to roll past the 30, the 25, past the 20, middle of the field, down to the 15, keeps rolling. Beautiful punt for Beatty, down to about the 10.5-yard line. Finally stopped dead for the Eagles by Adrian Mora. Boy, talk about a big one there. Kicking from the middle of the end zone and getting it rolling down to the 10.5, almost the 11-yard line.
Yeah, that's about a 90-yard punt is basically what it is. And he's been averaging 37, at least he did last week, for the yardage.
Yeah, that's about 87, 88 yards with the roll there. And so the Eagles got to step up on defense. For the Hobbs squad, that was their 4th punt of the ball game, but right now going to play the big D. Carlsbad has plenty of time on the clock, 7:25 remaining in the 4th. Eagles, though, lead by 2, 21-19. If you just joined us in this late game, the Eagles have had 2 touchdowns in this second half. Kennedy for 3 yards and Kennedy for 5 yards. Kennedy also had a rushing touchdown in the first half. 3 TDs total for him on the ground.
Kennedy.
Trips right, receiver left. Shotgun for Perez. Back to pass. He's going to throw the slap, and it's deflected in the air. Almost picked off for the Eagles. Getting a hand on it, the linebacker for Hobbs on the left side of the defense. Trying to get his hand on the football was Gustavo Diaz-Castro, and almost getting the INT off the deflection, Javen Hernandez, the DB.
Yeah, was running a little too fast the one way. Tried to slide back here and just missed the ball. But, yeah, very close to an interception.
Carlsbad now 12 of 21 in the passing game. In the second half, they have 24 yards in the passing department. Total offense on the the passing side of it. Now a 2nd down and 10 from the 11, almost the 11-yard line. Trips right, receiver left, shotgun for Perez. 1-step drop, tucks, tries to find a gap, heads out the right end, trying to strip himself away from a defender, and grabbing him from behind on the jersey on the right shoulder was Aaron Wheeler, and definitely held up his momentum on that one.
Oh, yeah.
And he barely gets back to the line of scrimmage, no gain. Fell forward, that might give him a yard, but doesn't look like much more than about a half an inch on that one.
Even had a defender on him and was still able to slow down and stop that quarterback from making any kind of yardage going forward.
He's only got 2 yards of rushing on 8 carries in this game. Nothing over 3 yards, which he had back in the first. Oh, he had a 5-yarder here in the second half, but that's the extent of his rushing. So 3rd down and 10 from the 11. Shotgun for Perez in the backfield. Trips left, receiver right. He's going to roll left on the flood routes. He wants to throw the out route. Coming back for the football, the 20. The catch is made. That's going to be an 8-yard pickup. No, less than that. Make it 6, as they're going to say he came back a little bit too much on that one. 6-yard pickup on the catch, as the receiver was Lopez. 2 catches for 13 yards. Now 13 of 22 in the passing game. Lopez, again, 13 yards on 2 catches, and now they got a 4th down and 3 from their own 18. But they trail by 2 with 6:13 remaining. We think it would be a punt. They've had 4 so far, and they will punt this one away. Calling for a fair catch at the 44. Good job of keeping that on the radar and bringing it down was Adrian Mora. Kind of brought his body down with the football to make sure he had good coverage on it. And Hobbs has some great field position as they lead by 2 at the 44-yard line of their own. 1st and 10 for the Eagles. That was the 5th punt of the game for Carlsbad.
And that was a quick punt, too. I was expecting to see maybe if they were going to do some trickery or not, but instead went right into the punt mode, got it over there, and we're trying to see if they caught Hobbs sleeping, but no, they did not. Instead, Moore got it, like you said, and now it's 1st and 10 for Hobbs.
Yeah, down by 2. I don't think you want to go for a fake that day back into your side of the field because giving it over on downs gives Hobbs a chance to take a insurmountable lead. Twins left, 2 right on the receiving core. Shotgun for Beatty. 2-step drop into the shotgun. He wants to fire that deep one. Over the shoulder and barely gets by his receiver, Justice French. Down clearly at the 15 on the far right sideline, but just barely out. Throws him by about 5 yards. And boy, talk about some sprint action from the big kid, Justice French.
And they've been having a lot of fun with that French connection between Brock Beatty and, of course, Justice French. And they wanted to try it again. That time it looked like if it was connection, then there would have been a touchdown as well. It would have been a good, quick score and still left Carlsbad with 6 minutes left. But still, it would have been an exciting game. But instead, incomplete.
Over 150 yards receiving for French. They go with the handoff, heading right, jumping around his defenders, 50 down to the 45 for Carlsbad. Another first down pickup. That's Amarian Kennedy for 11 yards. He just scampered around, zigging up and zagging in the middle of the field and getting the 11 yards for the Eagles as they need these first downs and try to get some scoring going on here. That's going to be 31 yards on the ground for Wright. Or was that? No, that was Kennedy, excuse me. He's got 52 now. We got a whistle on the snap.
Probably going to be a false start on that one as well. But, yeah, trying to do too much all at once. Hobbs, though, getting the momentum, just could not keep it within that a false start, unfortunately.
Kennedy's numbers 13 carries for 52 yards. And we got an offsides penalty on the Eagles lining up in the neutral zone. That's not what you want to see against your offense. You just watch your center. You adjust your shoulders based on the center. Don't lean over the football, and you're good to go. Defense, I can move around a little bit more, but don't really want to add up on these penalties in this part of the ball game.
No, you do not. You're trying to move it forward, and penalties just slow you down.
50 yards in penalties so far for Hobbs. Backs him up to the 50-yard line. Going to be a first down and 15 from the midfield. 5:25 and ticking. Left in the 4th. Eagles by 2. 2 receivers right and left. And calling out of the play now, looking to the sideline, is Beatty to reset. Field clock. I don't have the field clocks on down here. I don't see any of them. And they're going to go the handoff. Coming right. Breaking a tackle. The 35 or 45 down to the 42-yard line.
He almost I think he did run over his defender, but that was Brock Beatty doing that run, going zigzagging back and forth and getting quite a few yards in the process.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get 8 on the play for Beatty. Beatty has now 86 yards on 13 carries. So he's getting up close to that 100 mark. 2nd down and 6 for the Eagles at the 43-yard line. Twins left and right, receivers, and back to shotgun Beatty. Has Kennedy on his right shoulder in the backfield. 4:30 left in the game. Eagles by 2, like to extend the lead. Beatty quickly looks at the sideline a couple of times to make sure there's no changes on the call. Gets a good snap, 2-step drop back to the 50. He's going to fire the fade again, right side. The defender pushes the receiver to the ground. French got bumped hard and then shoved for the PI. He hit the turf at the 10, ball sailed to the 5, but he was knocked down well before the ball even hit the turf.
Exactly. It's one of those situations you like to see the connection, but if not, the PI was there because it was called right, and now it should be very good field position for the Hobbs Eagles once again.
Well, there's been no magic or trickery from the Eagles passing. Definitely just trying to go one-on-one action there quite a bit of the night. Of course, we've seen 3 big catches in the second half for French, 22, 31, and 30 yards. He had a 44 and a 31-yarder in the first half. We're just waiting for him to score. He's been just moving with the football, waiting for it to drop into his hands like a feather and move down the field. Just want to see him get in the end zone like he's normally capable of doing. Right now would be the perfect time, only up by 2.
I know exactly. With 4 minutes remaining, we can run that down a little bit more and come up with another nice score.
3rd 15-yard penalty against the Cavemen in this ball game. 1st and 10 from the 26. Eagles now have a total of 15 first downs. They go with the handoff up the middle and just plowing straight ahead across the 20. Keeping the clock running, too. Eagles have a 2-point lead. They can afford to keep the clock moving as much as possible. That's Amarian Kennedy once again getting the handoff. as that'll bring it up for another, looks like close to 9 yards. 9-yard pickup for Kennedy.
Yeah, they gave him 8, but yes, definitely close. Second down and a short 2.
60 yards on the ground for Kennedy. Eagles taking some time to look to the sideline. Clock down to 3:48. Now with the running of the clock here, you definitely want to top it off with a touchdown. 2 receivers left and right, second down and 2 from the 19-yard line. Give it up to Kennedy, heads right to the 15. Gets spun around and butt hits the 10. Hopefully that's going to be what he needs for the first. Yes, it is. A lot more than that. He's going to get, looks like 9 on the play that time to move the chains for the Eagles. Definitely happy, too, because that keeps the clock running. And also a new set of downs. That is 16 first downs for the Eagles, as Kennedy now gets up to 69 in the rushing department.
Yeah, going to be close to first and goal, but definitely in the red zone. And Hobbs looking strong as they continue to move the ball down the field.
Clock down to 3:15 remaining, up by 2, 21-19. Eagles could get a +2 in the win column here with the victory in this ball game. Very important for the playoff potential. You got to go trips right, receiver left. Got to go around the right end, the handoff, and there goes Kennedy in the end zone. Rambles in as he gets in from 11 yards out around that right end and not finding much pressure coming at him at all. Scores a touchdown. Eagles up by 8. And that's going to be a full possession that Carlsbad have to get. And now he's still got a chance to add on to that to make this game a potential W here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, definitely need to make sure you get this extra point. It's just icing on the cake.
80 yards in rushing on the touchdown for Kennedy, his 4th of the ball game. Unbelievable numbers for him. In fact, he scored all the scoring touchdowns in this one. Here goes the kick, is up. And it's up and good as it's booted through by Jaden Taylor. Sierra Hobbs Eagles a more comfortable lead now, 28-19, up by 9 with 3 minutes left in the fourth. Carlsbad's got to do a quick strike offense here to get back in this thing. Eagles want to make their seed 10 or better with the win tonight. Carlsbad just wants to make the playoffs. Eagles making it hard. Back here in 30 seconds. Kennedy for president here in Carlsbad, 28-19, a 9-point Eagle lead, all 4 touchdowns for Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, definitely got the MVP tonight.
I don't think he can get on the ballot Tuesday, but he is the MVP of this game offensively. Here comes the kick for the Eagles, and it'll be a long one for Astorga. It's going to be caught at the 8-yard line. They're going to do a little starburst. Yes, nope, they're going to not hand it off. They're coming around the right side of the 15 to the near sideline. Shoulder to shoulder bump to the turf. Adrian Mora coming out of nowhere, the bullet, and he unfortunately is going to hurt the guy he runs into, even Leos, both number 4s, and he's holding his shoulder right now as that does a complete side swipe as Adrian Mora takes out Leos, the return man.
Definitely made sure he was on the ground. Then he tried to make sure he was okay afterwards. So sportsmanship always from the Hobbs Eagles and the Carlsbad Cavemen. Definitely love to see that.
Again, touchdowns all from Kennedy tonight. In the first half, he got a 4-yarder and a 4-yarder again. In the second half, Kennedy with a 3-yarder and a 5-yarder, plus the 11th here in the fourth quarter. So all big scores for the Eagles. It is 28-19, biggest lead of the game. Carlsbad football at their own 15. They trail by 9. Trips left, receiver right, shotgun to Perez. Gets a low snap, 2-step drop, wants to throw. He's going to fade it down the right sideline, and it's going to hit the 50 turf. Oh, they call a late PI, shoulder to shoulder with the receiver for the Eagles. Didn't look like much contact, just a kind of a bump. Ferrari Orozco was shoulder to shoulder with the receiver at the 50-yard line on the fade route near right sideline. They call the late flag. I don't know how you could call an advantage on that one against the Hobbs Eagle defender, but they do call it. Yeah. As the man going down the field for Carlsbad, I believe was Jaden Harper. Incomplete, but a 15-yard penalty against the Eagles.
And, yep, he will definitely call that one a push.
And if the ball's in the air, that is a PI automatic. If the ball wasn't, it could be a illegal use of the hands, depending on what the actual motion was there. But 15-yarder nonetheless, going to move the Carlsbad Cavemen into a freebie first down, their 10th of the ball game. They'll have it now at their own 30 on the right hash, but they trail by 9. 2-possession game for the blue and white. with 2:48 remaining. The clock definitely not on the sideline of the Carlsbad Cavemen at this point.
Now they got to go 65 yards to get this score, and they got to do it quickly.
Definitely after that would be an onside kick for sure. Twins left and right. Back to shotgun as Perez has one man with him in the right shoulder of the backfield. Going shotgun. Gets the snap, rolling right to the short side. He's going to fire it to the sideline. Might have been touched. Ball hits the turf at the 43. Incomplete to Robert Castaneda. Did have a rush coming in the backfield that time. Made him throw it short. Rushed by Amron Wheeler. Incomplete.
Yeah, I'm surprised that somebody like Sammy Bieza hasn't done that. He did that last couple of weeks, rushing the quarterback and making those bad decisions. And this time around, Carlsbad was able to get away with that one.
So going to bring up a second down and 10 from the 35. The Eagles on the season have had 18 tackles for losses by Tristan Davis. He's number one on the team there, 6 sacks. Sammy Baez, you just mentioned him. He has 87 tackles, 16 tackles for loss. Second down and 10 from the 35. Shotgun for Perez, trips left, receiver right. A little bit of miscommunication. Receivers were talking on the left side about something. And Perez waiting for the shotgun, claps his hands, back to pass, back to the 25, dumps it on the line of scrimmage to the 35, and spun around after maybe a 1-yard pickup. Beautiful read for the Hobbs Eagles as Tristan Davis wraps up the receiver and drops him down quickly.
Exactly, and just play it safe, and that was a good play for both sides, but Hobbs definitely took advantage of that one and came up with a 3rd down and 9.
Jaden Harper with the catch, a 1-yard pickup. That is their 14th reception on 23 attempts. 3rd down and 9. Big play for Carlsbad. Could be their season here from the 36. They'll have one more play after this. Would have to go for it, though. Twins left and right. Clock down to 2:05 remaining. Eagles by 9. Bring a man in motion right to left. That's Lopez. Back to pass Perez. Left slant, or make that a screen pass left. Break up the middle. 40, 45, and down close to the 50-yard line for the first down. 15-yard pickup. Off the little screen left. And that was the man coming out of the backfield, the running back for Wright. As Wright gets 15 yards to move the chains. That's the 15th reception. 11th first down at the 49-yard line. 1st and 10 for Carlsbad at their own side of the field, though. 1:45 remaining. Not helping is the clock. Back to pass Perez out of the shotgun left side. Does the out route in and out of the hands of his receiver at the Eagle 45. That would have been about a 6-7-yard pickup, but could not come on close with the hands that time. Incomplete. Pass intended for Harper.
May have been a good kind of drop, too, because got a little bit of yardage, but didn't get enough for a first down and almost got out of bounds, but still got to catch that ball first.
Yeah, he definitely would have been out of bounds, would have stopped the clock anyway, but might have heard some footsteps behind him. He was heading kind of like a squared-off out route, caught the ball, attempted to catch the ball, I should say, heading right towards the Hobbs Eagles sideline. Got a feeling a bunch of guys were screaming at him from the sideline. Second down at 10, ball at the 49. Still in Carlsbad territory. They have 1:41 left, down by 9. Eagles definitely want to get 6-4 record on their resume for the playoff contention. They will definitely be in for sure. Twins left to right, one receiver to left. Back to pass. Perez going to roll right. He's got some rush on him. Going to throw it out of bounds and right to the Carlsbad sideline. And when you have 2 guys chasing you to the far right side, you're having some trouble there. As 2 guys getting on him that time, Amron Wheeler, and also it was Ivan Vargas, a 2-man combination, and making a forced throw to the outside to the Carlsbad sideline members. Incomplete.
Yeah, looked like it was through Eloy Lopez and just threw it over his head, and it would have been out of bounds probably, but still tried to get that pass in there, could not get it in.
15 out of 26 in the passing game for Carlsbad, facing a 3rd down and 10 from their own 49. Clock to 1:34, did stop because of the incomplete pass, but things not looking good for the Carlsbad Cavemen, who were up in this game early, 13-0. Hobbs coming back in it. Back to shotgun as Perez has 1 man back with him. Twins right, receiver left, and a slot right. Takes the shotgun snap, 3-step drop, back to the 40. Fires down the middle, catching the 45 of the Eagles, and put down hard on the tornado drop. 7-yard pickup regardless on the hit from the Eagles. 17, the number on the receiver, Hernandez, gets 7.
And there's a player down, but they also have a timeout on the field.
I didn't see who made that hit for the Eagles. It looked like a linebacker for Hobbs. That's the 16th catch. And Hernandez now with 7 catches for 43 yards. He's second right now in receiving yardage. Castaneda has 65 on 4 catches. Timeout on the field, as you mentioned. 4th down and 3 from the Hobbs Eagle 44. And it looks like Carlsbad been kind of effective in the middle passing game so far here in this late part of their drive.
But they're going to have to get a little more gutsy about their calls. They're not going to be able to get down the field in time the way they're going. They got 84 seconds left on the clock, and they need to be a little more aggressive. They need to get in the end zone and see if they can get a score because they still got to get the ball back if they want to get any chance of winning this game.
Yeah, they don't want to peel off the time too much and give them enough time to get maybe the onside kick recovery and then get some plays to end the game. But,
exactly.
And again, if you throw those any more routes to the middle and don't get out of bounds, that's going to hurt you on the clock as well. Carlsbad with only 2 timeouts remaining.
Well, they did utilize the first timeout. They still have 2 more, but yeah, you want to save those as much as possible.
More importantly, we have to mention this 4th down situation. They got to get a first here. 4th and 3, besides worrying about plays ongoing. 4th and 3 from the 44. Big play for the Carlsbad Cayman after the timeout. Shotgun is Perez, brings a man in motion from right to left. Got twins left now, back to pass Perez, dancing around the backfield. Moves right, slatterly, back deep down to the 45. He's getting tackled in the backfield. A big sack for the Hobbs Eagles. Tristan Davis throws him down. That's going to be, looks like a 15-yard loss and the end of the game offensively for Carlsbad. And that's a big one for Davis.
Turnover on downs, and yeah, it's going to be a couple of set downs, and Hobbs can walk away with a victory and know that they played their best. Carlsbad did very good, too. I didn't expect to see this would be a tight game. I didn't expect a blowout either like we've had the last couple of weeks. However, I thought that Carlsbad would come out here and struggle a little bit, and they didn't. So hats off to Carlsbad for playing as well as they did.
5 punts, 2 turnovers on downs, an interception all for Carlsbad, and the Eagles have a couple of plays they got to run here just to run out the clock, leading 28-19 over the Cavemen, 1:17 remaining here in the 4th. We're going to go Wishbone coming in now as we're going to move a bunch of guys back with the quarterback Beatty, 3 to help him out, and receiver left and right. Shotgun, give to the tailback up the middle, and scamper now to the right. The last second was Mr. Jefferson. Kennedy, wrong president, sorry. Kennedy gets ahead, a couple of yards on that one. And
well, you didn't say Lincoln anyway.
Yeah, Kennedy's going to get, looks like, close to 3, maybe just 2 on that one for him. But he's got 4 touchdowns in this game, Ron.
Exactly. So he's been doing his workload on the team. You know, last week it was Beatty that had 4 TDs and a running touchdown as well. So he did well. So this week, Kennedy is what we said and we talked about at the beginning. Kennedy.
Boy, this looked like they gave him any yards on this play. They kept the down marker right at the line of scrimmage, so I'm not sure about that. It looked like he came ahead for at least 2.
All right.
Ball's at the 43-yard line of Carlsbad. So I guess no yards on the gain. We didn't have anybody dropped in the backfield before that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They brought it back. So, yeah, so no, but they.
Did he drag his knee or what? I mean.
I don't know, but either way, yeah. It looks like it went right back to the line of scrimmage as we were waiting for the timeout to go.
Wishbone again, 2nd down and 10 from the 43. Eagles in Carlsbad territory, but they have a 9-point lead. And there's going to be a handoff around the right end. Seamus Wright extends to the 40, far right side. Breaks a tackle, 35, 30, spins around, 25, and drugged out at the 23-yard line. Boy, he was a Energizer rabbit on that one.
And a bit of a spinning top as well. All he had to do was get the first down, but he got plenty more. Just prove that he can do it. We know that Seamus Wright can run. And the sophomore way back next year and the year afterwards, of course, health providing, and he's going to look better and better each and every year.
20-yard pickup. That's the 17th first down. A major injury coming off the line there that time, holding his wrist, it looked like, for the Eagles. Big man, Kyler Pickering, the lineman, senior, 6'4", 285. Definitely don't want to lose him this late in the season as he was kind of hunched over. Looked like his arm was hurt pretty bad there. That was a first down for the Eagles, as we mentioned, 17 total now. Yep. And this should just be a kneel-down game with 35 seconds left. 1st and 10 from the 23. Eagles up by 9, 28-19. Long delay just to let that play clock run down to 1, and then they kneel it down.
And that'll do it.
About 4-yard loss for Beatty. Who cares at this point? He'll have 82 yards on the ground. That should be the last play. They don't need to run another one. 26 seconds. Wait, the clock stopped here.
No, it's still going. 24.
Oh, they stopped it, but then they restarted again. So that will run it out. Now they stopped it again at 23.
Well, they do have a timeout.
Yep.
They did take the timeout. Yep. How about that?
23 seconds left.
There was one timeout remaining.
And again, there's a rule in the book say you cannot swipe at the snap either, so you can't be the nose guard that sits there and, he starts to move the ball and slap it out of his hand. So it has to be a complete snap. So the play's going to go off, and that's going to probably be the last one of the ball game.
Definitely.
Eagles have to just take protection of it and get the win. Hobbs will improve to 6-4 overall, 4-2 in district. I will try to get you some finals on some of those games we were waiting for. Los Lunas has won tonight, so more than likely they're going to hold on to the number 6 slot. Las Cruces won tonight, or lost tonight, I should say, to Centennial in our district. They should probably stay at number 5 in the Max Preps Bowl. So I'm thinking not much of a change. We should have probably 1 through 6 the way it was from the beginning. La Cueva, Centennial, Cleveland, Volcano Vista, Las Cruces, and Las Lunas. So those will be the top 6 teams. A kneel down on this next play, and that's going to run it out here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3-yard loss for Beatty. So he's losing some rushing yards, but I think he's going to take the W instead.
Oh, absolutely will. And, yeah, the rushing yards are nice, but the victory is so much sweeter.
And there is going to be the run out of the clock as the Hobbs Eagles down 13-0 to start the game, up on the victory, 28-19. The win over Carlsbad back-to-back years as the Eagles have punched their ticket to the playoffs. We're going to take a 3-minute break here on the Hobbs Eagle postgame show. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle football late tonight, Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Your Hobbs Eagles victorious their final regular season game on the road in Carlsbad, 28-19. Eagles improve with a 6-4 record, 4-2 in district. Carlsbad drops to 4-6 and 2-4, probably their last game of the season. Eagles definitely in the playoffs, no question about it.
Right.
After getting a +2 in the win column here, definitely going to help their cause there. Currently 10th in the Max Preps poll. I would expect with the win tonight, the way they got it, definitely a good one here, that they might even move up in the poll. As we look right now, the teams that are above them at this point, Farmington, who was under 500, but they play in that Cleveland district, they were playing Rio Rancho tonight, so I would think the Rio Rancho gets a win there, and that would maybe bump Farmington down a spot. El Dorado's at number 8. They're 6-3. I think they're going to probably be a lock probably for that 8th spot more than likely. Las Cruces, Las Lunas, 5-6. I think they're going to stay there because Las Cruces lost tonight, and they probably will keep the 5 spot even though it was the district championship game. Los Lunas won their game tonight, so I think they'll stay at 6. Rio Rancho, though, 7 is what they're at right now. But Hobbs, I think, could easily pick off Farmington in the rankings, and not going to change what their situation is next week. They definitely will have to go on the road.
Exactly. Looks like they will, but you're right about the fact that, Hobbs was ranked 9th in the coaching poll. They were ranked 10th in the Max Preps, and Farmington was the opposite, 9th on the in the Max Preps and 10th on the coaching poll. So that may or may not make a difference either way. Hobbs does have a good advantage, but just not good enough to be able to get that first round home game for the Hobbs Eagles.
Looking at the numbers real quickly here, Wright, the leading running back for Carlsbad, 15 carries for 41 yards, did not score a touchdown. Sandoval, 7 for 62. He did score a rushing touchdown for 12, also had a 49-yarder in the second half as well. So those are the only 2 guys with positive numbers. They finished with 90 yards on the ground unofficially. More passing game going on with 144 total. Lopez 2 for 17. Castaneda 4 for 65. Hernandez 7 for 43. Wright had a catch for 15. Sandoval 1 for 3. And one of their receiver had Trips had 1 for 1. So they had 16 of 27 in the air tonight with 144 passing yardage, 234 total yards for Carlsbad in this game. They punted 5 times, 2 turnovers on downs, interception on the pickoff against the Eagles as well, and finished with 11 first downs in this ball game. For your Hobbs Eagles, their top rusher in the game was kind of a close battle towards the end there, but coming up with the victory, Kennedy, 16 carries for 80 yards. He won the touchdown battle, though, Ron. 4 TD carries for Kennedy in this one.
Exactly, and, we talked about the fact that last week it was a couple of players. This week looked like Kennedy was the one that put everybody on his back and was able to get those touchdowns, be able to keep the Eagles in this game and victorious as well.
He had a 4-yarder. Also, that was in the first half, a 3-yarder in the third quarter, finished a 5-yarder in the third, and had the 11-yard run for a touchdown in the fourth for the victory there for his cause. So all 4 touchdowns coming at the hands of Kennedy on the ground. Right behind him, though, Brock Beatty, the quarterback, 15 carries for 79. Did not score a touchdown in this game. Did have a 17-yarder for his long, another 11-yarder in this ball game. But him and Kennedy, the go-to guys, coming out of the backfield. Third in the rushing game, Wright. Seamus Wright, the sophomore, 6 carries for 40 yards. His long was 20 in the second half. So those 3 guys, the major ball carriers in this one, 197 yards, just shy of 200 in the running game tonight. Very important part of their offense.
Yeah, the weird thing was Hobbs started off just like they did last week. Could not score in the first quarter, but made it up in the second, third, and fourth quarters and won with this game.
Justice French in the passing department, receiver, 5 catches for 158. Didn't score a touchdown, but unbelievable numbers there. A 44-yarder in the first, 31-yarder also. Second half, 22, 31, and 30. A lot of those over the shoulder, fade routes toward the sideline, just catching them in stride. Got tackled a few times on the end of those runs, but, boy, that kid is an athlete, and triple digits on the receptions tonight in terms of yardage. After that, it was Rodriguez, 2 for 13, Kennedy, 2 for 12, and Beatty, Braddock Beatty, 1 for 4. 4 different receivers getting catches. The passing of the quarterback, Brock Beatty, 10 of 18 tonight, 187. 17 first downs for the Hobbs Eagle offense, so definitely doing some good stuff there. The Eagles punted 4 times, had a fumble, or actually an interception on a turnover. That was it. There was no fumble in the ball game. Eagles finish up with 384 yards of total offense, 197 in the run, 187 in the pass, so just a 10-yard differential between run and pass, and that was compared to 234. So they had about 50-some plus yards more than Carlsbad. Plus, they get a 9-point win here on the road.
Exactly, and Hobbs, well, they both needed, really. They both wanted a victory to see if they can get back into the playoffs. Carlsbad, it has been a while, and they've been having some struggles the last couple of years. In fact, this is the 4th time in a row that Hobbs has been able to beat them. They were 10-10 in the last 20 games, and Hobbs has just been able to get back into it as far as being able to win against Carlsbad and also get these victories and have a better chance of being in the playoffs.
Eagles again with that 6-4 record. Now, how's that going to affect the standings and the playoff implications? Right now, I think the 3 teams Hobbs will have to be looking for possibly playing. If they come in at the 10 spot possibly, or if they move up even, the teams that they could play: Las Cruces, Los Lunas, Rio Rancho, El Dorado. I think Farmington's going to drop, but I think those are the teams that you're really going to be looking at: Las Cruces, Los Lunas, Rio Rancho, and El Dorado. Notice only one of those 4 teams from the Albuquerque area, of Albuquerque itself, and then you got right around the corner Rio Rancho. But right now, I don't know what the final was on the Cleveland game. Cleveland was playing Rio Rancho, so if Rancho loses that game, they could drop possibly. Los Lunas won tonight, so I think they're going to hold on to at least number 6. Las Cruces lost tonight to go Centennial in the district championship. That keeps them probably at number 5 even with the loss. So I'm really thinking that I think Hobbs could probably move up to number 9. I think they might have to go to Las Cruces High if that's where the standings if they're going to stick with the Max Preps is where they're located right now. Yeah,
and of course you never know about the ties, the wins and the losses and everything. And of course the head-to-head, we saw that. Definitely. And those strength of schedules, though, if you look at them really closely, it can give you a bit of a brain headache because they just don't make sense. Some of them are negative, and I don't know. We talked about that, of course, from time to time, and it just does not make sense on why they do that.
Now, if Hobbs were able to kind of squeak their way into number 8, that would be a home game next week. So that's a potential there. Problem is they're definitely not going to bypass Las Cruces High, who already beat them in the regular district schedule. So Cruces is going to be above them for sure. Los Lunas, I think, is pretty strong at 6. With their win tonight, they're 8-2 on the season. I don't see them moving down any further. Rio Rancho and El Dorado, those are kind of the up in the air teams right now. I think Rio Rancho is okay. El Dorado, they're 6-3, pending a game tonight, so that's a question mark there. But Farmington, I think, is the one that's ripe for move down, and I think Hobbs possibly gets a number 9 seed. And if they squeak in 8, like I said, the home game next week. Yeah,
and Cleveland beat Rio Rancho 43-12. Last time we saw that Farmington game, they were actually losing by a few, and let's see.
Vista.
Yes, exactly. And that was in the 4th quarter, so of course that has been long since over with. Going to see about that. In fact, actually they did lose. Farmington lost 29-19 for the final Piedra Vista, and so that means that 3-7 they are, and they might actually squeak in for the playoffs as well. But Farmington is going to be kind of close because they're 4-6 now, so they could actually drop out of the playoffs.
I doubt
and,
that.
Give some room.
I think they'll leave them in there just because of the geographical up there in the Northwest. They want to team up, representing there. But yeah, under 500 record. If they put them above Hobbs with a 6-4, I think that's a question mark. So I think, like you said, Farmington I think is going to drop. The question is whether El Dorado is going to drop. So I think Hobbs at least a number 9 seed. Outside chance for number 8, depending on El Dorado's game tonight, too. They have a last game of the season. So, regardless, Hobbs got the win. They did it the right way. They're not going to squeak into the playoffs. They're going to come in with a 2-win situation last week, blowing out the team out of Las Cruces, Oregon Mountain by 56-6 mercy roll. This one, a come-from-behind win to seal the deal. Carlsbad not going to make the playoffs more than likely now, but great
and
way
on the road too,
great way to end the regular season. Mother Nature tried to interfere with it, but worked to the Eagles' favor. They were down at the actual fake half, whatever you want to call it, and then come back and win it in the second half.
Exactly, that long break. We were concerned about the fact that both sides being a little rusty on that one, trying to come back. They both had some momentum at one point, but Hobbs was able to take advantage more than Carlsbad did, and that's what we like to see. And the fact that they got a nice double-digit win, almost double-digit win, was real nice to see as well.
Yeah, halftime 13-7. It was Carlsbad. Kennedy scored, making it 14-13 in the third. Carlsbad came back, took it up 19-14. Kennedy scored again, 21-19. And then the final run by Kennedy is 4th touchdown of the game, 11 yards, make it 28-19 final. Eagles win by 2 possessions and the victory in the books. So next week, you'll have a playoff game for sure. home or away, we'll have to see. More than likely, I would bet away, not to be negative, but just by looking at the numbers and teams playing and all that, just going to be.
that's more realistic.
And again, we're just happy to get in the playoffs, and it's been, what do we say, decade-wise? They had some home games the last 3 seasons, but
3 seasons this decade. They didn't have it in 2020, but then again, I don't think anybody had any playoffs in the 2020 just because of COVID. But still, they've had 3 in a row, and this is going to break it, unfortunately. But hey, you know what? If you get back in the playoffs and you can do well, then you take it when you can.
Well, we'll see if it breaks. It might not. It might be
Right,
number 8
exactly.
next week.
Could be wrong.
Once again, final score, 28-19. Your Eagles victorious. Next weekend, we'll be back live with you more than likely on a Saturday if it's a road trip, and who knows if it's a home game, possibly Friday night too. That'll be right here on your stations that you're come used to with HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube with the video, Cool 95.7 radio, Cool 95.7 app on your cell phone. Ron, let's get those sponsors in. A lot of people staying up late with us tonight, and maybe they're starting to sleep on us right here on the radio.
Exactly, and for those that give it to us, we got this out for free. Going to give it to you for Lee County State Bank, Eunice Pump and Supply, Hobbs Express, Miko Services, First American Bank of Hobbs, Devon Energy, Badger, The Model, Eastern New Mexico University, Thriftway and La Tienda, Bel Air Bowl, NMR Pipeline, Ampersand Media and Design, TDS, Divine Energy, Master Plumbers, Forest Tire, Zamora's Car Care, and Lasco Construction. Thanks again for the support.
Don't forget tomorrow, Ron will be on the air for you on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Tatum Coyote playoff football. They will be at home against Dulce. 3:45 pregame show. Hobbs Lady Eagles soccer on the road for the state tournament as well. So lots of sports to go. Thanks for being with us tonight. We will see you next week for Hobbs Eagle playoff football. Have a great night.